some research which nobody else has done before. And hopefully, I mean, if you're doing a PhD, you'll get deep into some complex topic. But needs to get published and understood by people who are not deep into that same complex area, right? So you have to write the paper in a way that others can understand.
Really? I
Yes.
always thought you were allowed to get away with a lot of jargon and whatnot.
See, that is why PhDs are like that,
Acha.
right? Why academics is like that. But if you do it in a good place with a good advisor, right? They all know that the person reading your paper is not going to be an expert in the field that you are in.
Because you technically are becoming the expert
You
in
are
that
an expert,
field.
right?
Yeah.
So, and usually, I mean, especially if, after a PhD, you tend to become a professor, right? The committee that is evaluating you are going to be from a completely different area, right? They are hiring you because they want to bring in your expertise. So, in general, a lot of the PhD is about explaining a complex topic that only you and a few other people understand, and explaining it to people who are not experts in that
But
area.
it takes such a long time, Naveen. It takes 6, 7, 8, 10 years. It takes so much evidence.
We talked about this in an entire episode called The Dip, okay, which basically says that if it was easy, it wouldn't give value.
Yes.
In fact, a lot of the value that comes from the PhD is because it is difficult, right? In fact, I would put it this way, right? The dip in that episode we pointed out that
All
this
who oppose
is,
me will suffer
anything
the
substantial
same
you do
fate.
is going to be difficult and long, and around the 2-3 year mark, you are going to feel that this is completely pointless. I'm wasting my time, and this is I'm not going to get past this, and nobody takes and things like that. A PhD teaches you to go through the dip in a safe way. Otherwise, you go through the dip in your career or like life more business.
What safe environment are you talking about? PhD is not this safe environment.
And you are not so PhD, what it teaches you why you are surrounded by other people who are the same to understand you and they are
That's an achievement. I agree with that part. Yes.
but there is reputation that goes with being a doctor who are so like a and in your resume, it sticks with you for the rest of your life. It does open doors. There is reputational value in it. It is a credential which matters.
I don't like it when you I'm a lazy person. But can anybody motivate?
So there are two different questions, can and should. Okay. So for can, I think the most important thing about the PhD is that you should be brilliant with a really good advisor. Which means that the advisor should be a known expert in that area who is well familiar with research in whatever area that you have to take, right? Okay. You cannot, for PhD, during the PhD you have to do research, right? I said that after you have done the PhD doesn't necessarily mean that you have to continue doing research, but during the PhD you have to do research. And you cannot do research without a different advisor. And somebody who knows the research, wasting time, you take a really good advice and PhD is a really good problem. Right? College with a I think PhD is not strong
This entire system is graphics plus
Yes, yes. There, right? Putting in a lot of
I'll see you later.
so when you can get it right, if you're able to spend get admitted to a PhD program and decides whether you can or not. If you're saying because once a guide is convinced, the rest of it will fall into place.
They will do heaven and administration together to make that happen.
Right, but that brings me to the second question, which is should you? For people who are in the middle of their career, possibly struggling with the midlife crisis, right? I regularly run into people who say PhD because they felt like their career was so shallow and I completely agree with the sentiment, but I don't think a PhD is the best way to do that, right? In a PhD, you will end up fighting the bureaucracy of the college and the process and the system and so on, and writing research papers. Whereas what you really want to do is do something deep, go through a different and be known as an expert in the subject. So, a book go deep into learn things that you haven't learned you thought you wanted to do a PhD in. Instead, decide to do that. And again, you can take a guide. Where you both on the subject matter of the subject matter and on the writing aspect of it. But this, I think that much. The effort will be there, the dip will be there. I can guarantee you that unlike you, complete waste of time and nobody cares about this book. The whole reason is that you have to get through. If it wasn't difficult, you would be writing a book.
Here is the ultimate question that I think will decide whether or not to do PhD for a lot of people, which is scope class. See, like, what is my job prospects after doing the PhD? How will they improve? Will they stay the same? Will they change? I
It's a long-term because your job and this and that something will clear that keeps changing.
put you on the spot and ask who should not do this. You only need one example of something which you want to gain some kind of stance. But are there any categories of people that you just talking
You should try to stay
right?
do that because that was the best option of the first time I went so basically you want to do a PhD in an area that you are going to find interesting and you're going to enjoy. Right? You cannot get through the dip unless it is something you know. Right? So make sure that you know.
Okay, one final question. Suppose I start doing a PhD, I hit the dip, but I can't come out of the dip for some reason. It's not working out.
So, see, that is one of the more difficult questions in general about it, not just the PhD, which is knowing when to quit or not. The two pieces of advice I will give you is one, know that the dip exists and it hits everybody. So that almost everybody goes through this feeling of maybe I should quit. So definitely the time to quit is not right now. Right? You should stick around for longer than what you think you should be doing. Second is the advantage of doing a PhD is that there is going to be an advisor, there are going to be other people who have gone through this, right? Take their advice, right? If your advisor thinks you should continue, you should continue. Right? Because your advisor knows better than you what makes sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And
It's
that's
only if things are not working out with the advisor at all, you cannot get along with him or her, then you need to consider quitting.
yeah. That's
Contact is a different thing.
that of course makes even more sense. Naveen has made a lot of sense today. I said one last question, but I have one more question. Money, finances, payments, fees.
Yeah. Usually, if you're doing a PhD, you should get funding of some sort. You should be getting a stipend of some sort. So, in that sense, the PhD should be self-funding, right? The bigger question that people have about the money is that for those 5 years, 6 years, you are letting go of a fat salary, right? Your classmates are already earning in multiples of you. And the simple answer I have for you is that this is taking too short term of you. Okay. PhD is 5 years, your career is 35 years, right? This 5 years doesn't make that much of a difference because most of your earning is anyway in the last 10 years of your career, right? So the earnings in the first 5 years are not that important to your long term career. The second thing is that the whole point of doing a PhD is that it puts you in a different
I have
orbit
to stay low.
at the end of it.
Yeah.
So at the end of the PhD, the slope of your curve will be different from the slope of everybody else's curve.
See, the thing about doing a PhD is you get to sit on that chair and not this one. There you go. Srikanth, Naveen on that chair. This is future IQ.
Thank you. Thank you for watching till the end. If you like this episode, check out these others. You might like them also. And please share with your friends. I'm sure they will also like this. Thank you.
Da-da, equals, running, running, let's go. Da-da, equals, running, running, let's go. just feeling.
January, Republic Day. Do you know why 26 January is Republic Day? When the Constitution came into effect on that. Why was 26 January chosen? I actually have no idea. Because in 1930, the Lahore Declaration of Purna Swaraj was 26 January. And that's why they chose this nice symbolic day. Very interesting. I actually didn't know about that. Well, there's a whole bunch of things that you probably don't know about our constitution. Okay, like what? Our constitution is the longest constitution in the world. Really? It is 10 times longer than the constitution of the United States. And it is infinite times longer than the constitution of the UK.
What do you mean infinite? That
Well,
would
the
be
UK doesn't have a written constitution.
really they don't.
No, they just have a collection of laws and precedences and case laws
I'm not going back to
starting in
Takahara.
1215.
Well, 15 as in 1215 AD.
That's when the Magna Carta happened.
Wow. And since the Magna Carta they didn't bother to codify it into like a document or anything.
Wow, I didn't know that. Also, our constitution is one of the most amended constitutions.
Alright.
We have 106 amendments in 75 years. Right? Compare that with just 27 amendments in 250 years, government years. Okay, so we are like at 10 times the number.
But why so many amendments in the Indian Constitution?
Because our constitution goes into a lot of detail in many different areas.
Okay.
As a result, if you want to pass any laws or change any laws, there is a good chance that that thing is mentioned in the constitution. So now passing that law requires a constitutional amendment.
But what kind of amendments are we talking about? Can you give me an example?
The first amendment,
The freedom of speech.
were India or US?
The US also has freedom of speech as a first amendment, and so does India actually.
Except that they are opposite.
In the sense,
In the US, the constitution originally didn't promise freedom of speech. So the first amendment is giving freedom of speech. In India, which did the constitution like 200 years later, freedom of speech was already there in the constitution. So why does the first amendment of India talk about freedom of speech?
if they had already given the freedom of speech, then the amendment would have been
Absolutely. So Nehru felt that restricting freedom of speech was necessary for stability in the country, right?
Okay.
To prevent sedition, to prevent riots and things like that. Whereas his political opponents felt that he was using this to control or to reduce political dissent. Right? So there was a lot of opposition, a lot of debate, but so they managed to pass. when the sedition law came into power, the first sedition was in the constitution. We inherited but the sedition law originally only right. So that sedition law could be applied if you were disturbing public order, you were inciting an offense, right? Okay. So, you know, that seems reasonable if you look at it from the angle, but also it is quite reasonable because the government can misuse it, and over the years this has been misused quite a lot. So you have to use the constitutional.
I was just thinking, if I end up in a fight on the road with someone who's cut across my car,
Yeah.
technically the sedition law could get applied.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very dangerous situation if sedition concept is watered down so much.
Because standing for the satanic verses in the Hussein's paintings, Muhammad Zubair's tweets, Kanhaiya Kumar's speeches, all of these are now downstream of those changes.
Okay, so the First Amendment in Indian context, in the Indian Constitution, actually ended up taking away some of that freedom.
Yeah. Oh, there are other things, right? More fundamental things that were removed.
How?
So, right to property
Okay,
was a fundamental right.
as in,
A fundamental right in our constitution is the kind of right which cannot be removed even by passing the law.
okay, makes
And
sense.
right to property was one of them.
So what does right to property entail here? As in, I have the right to
I
own
wonder
property.
if this is the raiders' camp
You
those
have the
villagers
right
spoke
to
of.
your own property and nobody can force you to give up that property. Right?
Okay,
So can you think of why this was removed by an amendment?
so why would this be removed? Because if it is my own property, I have every right to own it. Why would anybody take it away from me?
Remember, after the independence, there was the whole movement to redistribute property together of this Zamindari system. There was Zamindar used this political system to fight for the and that is why amended the constitution so that redistribute property together and people were not in law. Happen.
What of that particular amendment as necessary, but given the context of the time, that amendment was absolutely necessary.
It was changed
Another head for me.
So that it could be amended. Makes sense. There's a lot of things I know. What else don't I know about the Indian Constitution?
Well, the Indian Constitution has multiple inspiration. As in, the Indian Constitution collected a lot of things from constitutions and systems all over the world, right? So the parliamentary form of government obviously has
You're the one who took Soviet from us.
static fundamental rights. The concept of fundamental rights, which even laws have, right? The state the state relations and distribution of power between the state
Information about the Winter Raiders and something about the Gobo Elder. I wonder why they have a grudge against him.
What are you saying, Naveen?
So, the Constitution, who wrote the Constitution?
Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Anything you say other than that, channel बंद करवाएगा ये.
So, let's understand the chronology.
Okay, chronology समझाइए.
Yes. So, the Constituent Assembly, right, which is equivalent to the. So, the Constitution comes from that.
Okay, looks like Dr. Ambedkar traveled the entire world to collect all of these laws and all of these US, UK, Australia. No?
That's another thing people don't realize, right? Most people think that Ambedkar wrote the constitution. What are you saying, Naveen? So, the constitution, who wrote the constitution?
Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Anything you say other than that, channel बंद करवाएगा ये.
So, let's understand the chronology.
Okay, chronology समझाइए.
Yes. So, the Constituent Assembly, right, which is equivalent to our parliament, which existed when we got independence, right? That had 299 members.
Okay.
And they were given the job of writing the constitution.
Okay.
Obviously, 300 people can't write a document. So they created a 7-member drafting committee, and the chairman of that committee was Dr. Ambedkar.
Okay.
They were supposed to write the constitution.
Correct.
But they also didn't actually write the first draft. What they did was they asked B.N. Rao, an eminent jurist, a legal scholar, to travel the world, figure out the best ideas from all over the world, and come up with the first draft.
I was worried they gave it to an intern or something.
Well, no, ChatGPT didn't exist in those days. So B.N. Rao, who knew all these systems of the world, he came up with the first draft.
Okay.
And this draft had about 243 articles.
Okay.
Now, this draft he gave to the drafting committee. The drafting committee did a big rewrite.
Okay.
From 243 articles, they went to 315 articles, changed a whole bunch of things. Okay. T.T. Krishnamacharya, who was a member of the drafting committee, is on record pretty much saying that really most of the work was done by Dr. Ambedkar because, one of the members of the drafting committee was dead, 2 of them were living outside the country, a couple of them were not even in Delhi at the time, and things like that.
So like the college project where there are 4 people assigned to a project but one does all the work.
Yeah, I mean, we all contributed, but bulk of it was Ambedkar, and that's why he's called the father of our constitution, and B.N. Rao is the pioneer of our constitution.
Okay. I can live with that. Channel nahi band hoga.
Next thing to keep in mind is that this was just a second draft.
Okay.
This was then given to the Constituent Assembly to debate and discuss, and the Constituent Assembly actually took this very seriously, and they debated it and discussed it for 114 days, over a 3-year period, on 114 actual days.
Wow.
They suggested a total of 7,635 changes.
Wow.
These were discussed. A lot of them were not accepted, but 2,427 modifications were actually accepted.
Okay.
And this really makes our constitution so powerful, because the Constituent Assembly had everybody, right? It had high caste people, it had low caste people, it had people from the north, people from the south, Hindi speaking people, Urdu speaking people, South Indian languages. It had
Complete representation across the length and breadth of the...
there were only 15 women.
Okay.
But still, I mean, the fact we did have women, and they did fight for women's issues and women's equality. Okay. Some male members made fun of them. They said things like, "Oh, if we make it equal, that goes against our traditional values and our family structure will get broken by that," and things like that.
To those 15 women, I say thank you very much for your service. You have done an important job in the history of India.
But because the constitution was really debated and adjusted by so many different people, everyone in the country felt like it was their constitution.
Felt a sense of ownership about
The
it.
same can't be said of some other country, right? Like in Pakistan, the Constituent Assembly was so divided that they were not able to come up with a draft that everyone agreed on, even by 1956.
Oh wow, that's 6 years after our constitution came into effect and 9 after achieving independence, gaining independence.
And I think we could argue that a lot of the problems are because of that.
Okay, that is very interesting, and he just left it as a side note, but I'm going to make him go into that side note later, probably a short or something.
But also another interesting thing is that a lot of the debate was just on the preamble of the Constitution.
On the preamble.
Yes.
Why should they spend so much time on the preamble?
Let's go over some of the discussions related to the preamble.
Okay.
K.T. Shah wanted socialism to be mentioned, that we are a socialist country.
In the preamble of the Constitution.
Right. And Dr. Ambedkar said no, the constitution is supposed to be the legal framework, not the economic system.
Okay.
So that was not there in the preamble of the regime.
Alright.
And much later, in the 1970s, Indira Gandhi added that word into the preamble as part of the religious.
So K.T. Shah eventually got his way, except through someone else. She also added the secular
Yes.
socialist republic.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so secular and socialist were the words she added,
Okay.
and that is still a point of contention for
Right.
but there were other very interesting things, right? So, for example, Hasrat Mohani wanted the country to be called Union of Indian Socialist Republics.
That sounds very much like the
He
USSR
was
inspired.
absolutely inspired by the USSR. Right? At that time, USSR was considered a huge success.
It
They
was.
didn't know-
Yeah.
They didn't know that in 1990 the whole thing would collapse. Right?
Yeah.
Another, H.P. Kamath wanted the preamble to start with "in the name of God." So instead of "we the citizens of India," that is Bharat, he wanted it to be "in the name of God, we the citizens of India," that is Bharat, give to ourselves, etc.
Adding God to the Constitution is an entirely different debate. I wonder how that debate went.
Well, I mean, you can actually look up all the debates are there online, they're fascinating, but it was voted down 41 versus 68.
Okay.
And H.P. Kamath was so angry. He said, "This, sir, is a black day in our annals. God save it." Which God couldn't because he wasn't there in the Constitution.
Let's not say that, but I get what you mean. So never mind.
Okay, another word which was there in the preamble but was removed was a mention of Gandhi.
Gandhi.
Yes.
Mahatma Gandhi.
Yes, Rajeshwar Prasad did not want Gandhi's name in the preamble. He wanted it removed. Can you guess why?
Around the time of independence, so partition would have caused the Muslims to not like him. Also, some of the higher caste people to not like him. There were a fair few detractors by that time. So one of them probably got it removed.
No, he was a supporter
Of Gandhi.
Yes, Rajeshwar Prasad got the name removed because he did not want Gandhi's name to be dragged into this rotten constitution which was based on the American Supreme Court cases and the Government of India Act, and it was not a Gandhian constitution.
Gandhi. What would a Gandhian constitution even look like?
A Gandhian constitution would be something that had Panchayat Raj, right? Where most of the people lived in villages, most of the power was with the village Panchayat, and the center had only a small number of powers related to military and things, the trade and things like that, right?
Okay.
So these people, there were people who wanted this entire paragraph in the preamble. I'm going to read it because it's a lovely paragraph. Okay. In the name of God the Almighty, under whose inspiration and guidance, the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, led the nation from slavery into freedom by unique adherence to the eternal principle of Satya and Ahimsa, and who sustained the millions of our countrymen and martyrs of the nation in their heroic and unremitting struggle to regain the complete independence of our motherland, we the people of Bharat, having solemnly resolved to constitute, etc.
Okay, I can see how that would have been a little bit too much, even if he was the
Of our mother. And we the people of Bharat, having solemnly resolved to constitute, etc.
Okay, I can see how that would have been a little bit too much, even if he was the father of the nation. But now I'm thinking Gandhi back then was the most powerful leader in the country. how then did the constitution become something that is not what his beliefs espouse?
Yeah. So overall, most of the people felt that Gandhi's principles, the Gandhi model of decentralization, was impractical, utopian, and that is why it was sidelined.
Guideline by who?
Okay, let's go through that step by step, right? Ambedkar himself, he did not like Gandhi's model, right? The thought was that this village level power would enhance the power of the traditional upper caste, which is what most of the panchayat was doing up. And the parts who were not upper caste would be the rich dominant majorities, and the caste divisions would get perpetuated, right?
Makes sense.
Ambedkar has criticized the Gandhi vision of village republics, calling villages a sink of localism, a den of ignorance, narrow-mindedness, and communalism.
Wow.
But that's not all, right? Gandhi was pretty good at sidelining Ambedkar. But even Nehru and other young leaders were against this, right? Nehru felt that rapid industrialization and mechanization was the key strategy for the country, right?
Yeah.
Nehru regarded the villages as intellectually and culturally backward, believing that progress could not be achieved in such an environment, right? He saw narrow-mindedness as breeding untruthfulness and violence. Okay, right? So, when Nehru himself was against it, Gandhi realized that he was not getting it together, right? So, at one point, Gandhi explicitly distanced himself from the Congress and the whole constitution process, right? And he said that I do not know how many congressmen swear by non-violence or charta or believing in decentralization or regard the villages and villages. So he just stayed away from this whole process and focused on communal harmony and other things in his masters.
This is literally TV series level drama, man. I mean, I can imagine the not exactly infighting, but the kind of opposition within what was then perceived to be a very unified group of leaders.
Oh, it was not at all unified. The number of fights and over little things that happened during the Constituent Assembly debates.
So that explains why the constitution isn't Gandhian. But then, what is it?
It is a communication of the principles of Ambedkar, Nehru, and Patel.
Okay.
And it has a whole bunch of interesting bits which we just take for granted. They seem obvious to us, but which required a big fight. Right? Social justice, equality for all.
Why is equality for all even debated?
Well, see, nobody wanted explicitly say, oh, we don't want equality, right? But lots of backdoors there, right? There are people saying that, oh, government shouldn't interfere with tradition,
Okay.
right? Don't change anything suddenly by law, right? Let the change be gradual. Otherwise, if you give equality suddenly, overnight, people won't be able to handle it, and the social fabric of the country will be into trouble, right?
Okay.
Those kinds of debates happened,
Yeah.
but our leaders insisted, no, we will do it equality from day one, right?
Hands off.
One person, one vote was a radical idea at that time.
Wait, what? How can one person, one vote be a radical idea? It is the fundamental in every democracy, right?
It wasn't at that time, right? Internally and externally. Okay. Externally, we can know that in 1947, even the United States did not have one person, one vote.
But how?
Many southern states had laws called Jim Crow laws,
Oh, right.
where basically to be able to vote, you needed to pass a literacy test and you needed to pay some poll taxes.
Right.
These were clearly designed so that black people wouldn't be able to vote and poor people, again black people, wouldn't be able to vote. And they were clever. White people who were not literate and couldn't pay the poll tax were allowed to vote under grandfather clauses. If your grandfather voted, you can vote. Otherwise, you have to pass this.
Okay.
Other countries which created a constitution around the same time, they did do what we did. So, South Africa,
Apartheid.
whites only could vote.
Correct.
Sri Lanka,
Sri Lanka.
They passed a law called the Ceylon Citizenship Act, which disenfranchised Tamils. Around 10% of the country not allowed to vote, and over the next 70 years, we can see what problems that caused.
Yep, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil. Even look it up. It's a very interesting history there.
And even internally, this was opposed by both ends, right? The elites wanted votes by property holders only, or votes only for literate people. They sound sensible, but in practice, they cause serious problems. Minorities wanted separate electorate for that minority. That could have caused a different kind of problem.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, oh, this seat is a Muslim only seat.
so only Muslims can vote for that seat. That kind of minority representation, are you talking?
Yeah, something along those lines. So all of those were cancelled, and basically we had strong, sensible leaders who fought off all these short-term interests and vested interests and gave us a constitution, because of which I am pretty sure that we are in better shape as a country compared to some other continental countries.
Yeah, and some of them are neighbors like Sri Lanka and while before you mentioned Pakistan as well.
Yeah, we'll do shorts on these, going into detail on how our constitution gave us a better life than others.
Okay, so keep an eye out for those shorts on this channel. Subscribe and follow us on all of the various social media channels that we recently started working on, operating on. And do talk to us there. We love your questions. We love answering those questions. And there's a lot about the Constitution that I didn't know. I just thought of it as a national holiday, but clearly this national holiday holds a lot of importance in the way we conduct ourselves in our day-to-day lives, how the government conducts itself in our day-to-day lives, what powers they have, what rights we have, and all of that. It's like it's time for me to go and do like a slightly more detailed reading of the Indian Constitution. Hopefully, we've generated that level of spark in you as well. Shrikant, Naveen, future IT.
What country is the birthplace of democracy?
Birthplace of democracy. Country. England.
No.
I don't know, man.
The United States of America? No.
America.
No.
United States.
No.
Yes.
England.
No.
Thank God you said that. Scientific.
No.
What is it?
England. Why did you say very famous? Yes.
Is that bad? Is that bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait.
Oh my God.
Okay.
No.
Everyone's in England, like, there's no other country.
Greece. Greece. Oh my God.
Okay, Chaps cornered me before I woke up this morning. But it's Greece, and Greece is the birthplace of so many things. And like people are so smart. It's the birthplace of the Olympics, the marathon, writing. What else?
Democracy, trial by jury.
Yeah, democracy was the question. Check out the latest Drop a Pin video for
Cuneiform was not writing. Cuneiform was press. Yeah, press. It like
Printing presses.
Fuck me. Yep. Yeah. Rare, medium. And I got a nerve salad too for sauce. I'm sorry. I do. Honey. Frenzy. Flat beef. Calling the Bears. front, right?
Four times the tech survived disaster. When the actual door of an Alaskan Airlines plane flew off its hinges earlier this year, one unlucky passenger's iPhone flew out with it. It fell 16,000 feet, but was found 2 days later, still on airplane mode, still working. In 2017, a guy called Harry Street accidentally capsized while kayaking, and in the struggle to get himself upright, he lost his GoPro camera. Until a whopping 4 years later, when it was discovered by someone who was working on a local project in that same river. They then uploaded the most recent clip from that camera onto Facebook, where it gained enough traction for Harry to see it and reclaim his long-lost camera. But a GoPro surviving lava? Yeah, that happened too. Eric Storm was busy telling a story on top of an erupting volcano when his GoPro was engulfed by molten lava and completely caught fire. When he pulled it out of the lava and he took it home, later discovered that it worked. The most impressive bit has got to be when Tracy Kutlol tried to film a lightning storm out of her bedroom window. Bad idea, because in that moment, she was struck by lightning. But she survived unscarred, and so did her iPhone. 4 times the tech survived disaster.
It's pretty hard not to notice that AI is everywhere, and your friends, family, and coworkers are using it for...
Timmy here, doesn't it? Hello, how are you?
It's pretty hard not to notice that AI is everywhere, and your friends, family, and coworkers are using it for everything. Faking their way through school, faking their way through their career, and even faking their way through finding content. Coworkers are using it for everything. Faking their way through school, faking their way through their career, and even faking their way through finding companionship.
My favorite part.
Wow. But today isn't about your loved ones replacing you with AI. Today is about whether you can replace me, the Tech Tip Man, with AI. I will be giving ChatGPT my use case and my budget, and whatever parts it spits out and whatever steps it gives me are going to take me from an empty desk to a fully functioning gaming PC. Well, we're stalled already, boys. You suck, OpenAI. You're an idiot. All right, Scam Moment, you can have my $20. All right, I guess we just won't have case fans then. It blamed me. Have you lost your damn mind? What are you talking about? You did it again, ChatGPT. They drained links for this? This is bull, man. You, ChatGPT. I just can't. Okay. Well, we first tried this back in 2022, and the experience wasn't perfect. But if you consider that it didn't even have an internet connection yet, it got things surprisingly right. So I actually have pretty high hopes that all of that power consumption and component shortages are going to have been totally worth it here. Let's see if it can at least put together a decent parts list. I want a gaming PC. Can you help me build one? Absolutely. It always says that. Make sure you don't overspend. What's the budget? What games do you play? Yeah. I don't want it to be the reason why I'm bad, but I don't want to aggressively save for 6 months looking for bang for the buck. And I'm not super technical. Boom! parts list. Right out of the gate, these all appear to be compatible parts at the very least. I don't know if I want to spend that much on this build, but we can critique the individual components in a little bit more detail later. Why are we picking A and B? Man, ChatGPT is good at sounding very confident. It absolutely dunks on AMD here. I'd push you to NVIDIA if he said things like, I want the absolute best graphics. Oof. Alright, gives me a pretty good explanation for why my GPU on my system doesn't matter if I'm running all of my AI in the cloud. I noticed that while most of the components are specific, the RAM's not. Give me a little bit more detail. Okay, how about this one? This pricing is absurd for a mainstream 32 gig DDR5. It's because of you! That's why it's so expensive! You should be able to find something closer to 110 Canadian dollars. My God, it's gaslighting me into that RAM should be cheaper. Let's get a few more specifics here with respect to the GPU, storage, and then power supply and case. I gotta give it credit. A lot of the rationale behind these part selections does seem pretty solid. Like the SSD in particular really points out why we would go with kind of a mid-tier drive as opposed to spending a bunch of money on the latest, fastest drives. I also really like its rationale behind picking a slightly over-spec power supply. You want it to be quieter, easier to upgrade, and allows it to operate really efficiently. Okay, ChatGPT. It's sure not looking for the best deals though. And when we push it on the CPU choice, it's like, oh yeah, you found something better. You should definitely go for that. I don't want to lead it too much though. Just see if there's anything else that I'll throw out there. Overall score, 9 out of 10. Great job. Now you acknowledge the RAM pricing situation. All the stuff for now then is to place our order and play the waiting game. Okay, why don't I play that game? I hate the waiting game. Let's play the segue game to our sponsor.
Omada! The Fusion 2.5G is both a gateway and a controller, all packaged into one device. Learn more at the end of the video or by clicking our link below.
My order's here, I've got my tools, and I've got my chatbot. Right out of the gate, guys, I gotta be honest with you, I've been having a lot more luck with Gemini lately than I have with ChatGPT. But OpenAI's chatbot is still the market leader in terms of use, and it's the same one we used last time, making a more apples-to-apples comparison. Which isn't to say that the experience will be exactly the same. In addition to having access to the internet, ChatGPT now allows me to upload images, which should really help it give me the best possible instructions. Oh, whoops. Nope, that's not going to help. That's just a picture of me in this awesome Map of Siberia t-shirt from LTStore.com. Let's make a picture of the parts. I'll be here, by the way. So let's see how many images it even allows me to upload. Step the first. Work on a clean, non-carpeted surface with good lighting. Alright, get this carpet out of here, Reese. Ground yourself by touching a metal part of the case or PSU occasionally. Yeah, that's not going to do anything if they're not actually connected to ground. So I guess I might kill my stuff. Keep screws and accessories from each box separated. Have a Phillips number 2 screwdriver ready. Don't mind if I do. Take the motherboard out of its box and place it on top of the motherboard. Now it gets the word. Kind of assumes that I know what a motherboard is, but I did order a motherboard, so I'll allow it. Wait, did it tell me to take it out of the bag? It didn't. As a new user, I might not know that. I might think that this bag is for safety and protection, which it is. Open the CPU socket. Okay, here I would figure out that I'm probably supposed to take it out of the bag. This is one of the most important steps, so take your time. That's great advice. Push the small metal retention arm slightly down and away from the socket. Lift it all the way up. The socket cover will open. That's we're stalled already, boys. I'll take the picture. It adds the instruction, lift the metal retention frame up. Black plastic cover should either lift off easily or pop off when you close the socket later. If it's loose now, you can remove it by hand. Very nice. Hold the CPU only by the edges. Don't touch the gold contact pads on the underside. Locate the tiny gold triangle, find the matching triangle on the motherboard socket. Align the 2 triangles and gently lower the CPU straight into the socket. I like that. Straight into the socket. Some things in PC assembly are automated, like sliding in M.2, so that's an important clarification. Do not push or wiggle it. Cue ChatGPT. The CPU wiggle, that's one of my signature moves. You can't make me not wiggle it. Lower the metal retention frame back down, then push the arm under the latch. If the pressure near the end, that's normal. I really like that. You've reached the free limit for chats with attachment. Upgrade now. Wait for 5 hours to keep using 5. Well, I guess that's all the images we get. And it just closed. What if I hadn't finished doing all of that? Yo, Sammy, Mr. Altman, come on, man. Help me out here. That's it? Where's my fix? Yeah, am I even allowed to keep using this? No, I can't send a message. That actually makes sense because as soon as there's any multimedia, every additional prompt that I give it has to go back and reference that. Wow. You suck, OpenAI. Okay, I guess I'll start a new chat. I'm gonna copy all the text from the show. Seriously? You can't drag a text copy thing past your own response? Okay, you were helping me build a PC and I ran out of image credit. Can you pick up where I left off with text only? And I gave it a link to our previous chat. I can't open ChatGPT share links directly. You've used all your instant intelligence for now. Responses may have lower quality until 8:46 p.m. Thanks, Joe Biden. Shrinkflationing right in AI. They drain links for this? This is bullshit, man. Next up, install the M.2 SSD. Make sure the motherboard is flat on the box. Touch the metal chassis of the case, or PSU housing if it's nearby. I mean, it might help a little bit, but it is better if it's actually grounded. Do not install the CPU cooler yet. Oh God, stop asking me to buy Plus. I'm not doing it. Find the M.2 slot. The primary slot is the one closest to the CPU socket. Usually labeled something like M2_1. Hang on. I'm gonna tell it that I can't see it because there's easy. Now it tells me to look for a metal cover. Oh, it drew me a little diagram. Here, what? Ever seen a motherboard shaped like that?
It's wow. That's beautiful.
The RAM on the left over there?
Yeah.
Found the flat metal cover. Find the screw holding it down. It never told me to have anything other than a number 2 Phillips screwdriver. Guess I won't be removing this. Use the smallest Phillips bit you have. Okay. I got the metal cover off. We can proceed. Take your SSD out of its packaging. Hold it by the edges. Avoid touching the gold connector contacts. Find the notch. Match it to the key in the M.2 socket. Instructions. Slide it in at about a 25 to 30 degree angle. Don't push straight down, it goes in angled first. Lower the free end of the SSD down onto the motherboard. Slide it, screwable/standoff or retention clip. ChatGPT fell for one of the classic blunders. It didn't tell me to remove this peel. That's right, never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Ah!
Okay, Google, turn off light.
Sorry, I'm taking it. And we're going to upgrade our ChatGPT subscription to give it anything resembling a shot at succeeding at this, because it's pretty clear that the free tier is massively injustified at this point. Alright, get Plus. $27. I installed the SSD, what do I do next? Install the RAM. This is a better suggestion than the free tier. The free tier had me putting on my cooler next, which potentially could make it more difficult to access my RAM slots. It even gives me the rationale for why we do the RAM first. Hard to be that impressed when the free tier was so bad though. On your MSI board, install an A2 and B2, which are the second and fourth slots from the CPU. Good instructions. Open the latches, and at the notch with the RAM and the key in the slot. It only fits one way. It takes more force than most people expect. Don't be afraid to press evenly. That's a really good little tech tip. Just want to pause for a moment to say that while the instructions have had their issues so far, the part selection is not bad. Not as well optimized as our Steam Machine Killer, for instance, but no terrible choices. Our 9600X offers most of the performance of the 9800, but at half the price, and gives us an upgrade path later, which Intel's Core Ultra Plus series won't, even though they are pretty competitively priced these days. And as for a motherboard, at $140, it's a decent choice. It has quality of life features like Wi-Fi and
Elder's notes mention that
and allows
house.
us to upgrade our
I should
CPU in the
investigate.
future to something that, again, Intel's Core Ultra 200 series won't allow. It looks like their upcoming CPUs are
This
going
note
to be
suggests a
15
connection with one of the
sockets.
raiders,
main place this board
as
is
the
lacking
elder
features
suspected.
is its mere 2 M.2 storage slots, but at current SSD pricing, that's probably not going to be a concern for most people. Speaking of our memory selection, I'm not saying I disagree with ChatGPT that it is nice to have 32 gigs in a gaming PC these days, and 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL30. That's a perfectly cromulent selection for a Ryzen CPU, but at $389, this is not how I would spend my money. I'd probably go better CPU or better GPU rather than blowing all my money on the RAM. The SSD is fine. The DRAM cache would have been nice, but hey, at least it supports host memory buffer over its speedy PCIe Gen 4 interface, and that allows it to use system RAM rather than its onboard memory to help ease the fact that it doesn't have an onboard cache. Okay, the RAM is installed.
Awesome. Now that the RAM's in place, it's time for the CPU cooler. The Peerless Assassin is a channel cooler.
This is horrible, and I'm not going to use that anymore. What I can do is I can use cooler liquid. Okay, the RAM's installed. I'm ready to install the CPU cooler. Don't apply thermal paste until I tell you to. That's actually a good tip. It can be really messy to put it on too early, and then you get it on the thing. Open the Peerless Assassin box. Peerless Assassin, solid pick by the way. Good job, Jimmy. Find the bag labeled AMD. Well, we're boned already. There's no bag labeled AMD. Long steel bars with several holes. I don't know if I would describe two as several, but sure. It correctly identified my two AM4 bars. It wants me to use the black spacers. At every stage, it does not say which color. Well, we're going with it. I mean, that's the whole point of this exercise, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is wrong. It's got me removing the two black retention brackets, leaving the original AMD bracket. That's right. But then it's telling me to put aside the 4 screws that I removed, and then I won't leave them again. It's these screws that the black spacers do not have screws in them. Which ones is it expecting me to use? I don't have any screws. I found a label on the spacers. Black spacers are LG 200. It gave me the wrong spacers. Red ones are AMD and have screws in them because, like, I would need. Remember, because it was like, but I feel like this is worse. Ridiculous. Black you made communist. Okay, spacers. There's one black plastic spacer for each of the 4 threaded toes. Black spacers don't fit. That's a useful tool. Black spacers should fly over since it doesn't. I don't think you're doing it wrong. Deep through under the bus. Wrong spacers packed with your cooler or different hardware than expected. This part is the Lord's fault. It suggests taking a picture of the hardware identification page, which, as I pointed out before, has no useful information. It doesn't have the color codes on it. This is the paid tier. I'm paying for this. He wants me to take another picture. Oh my god! ChatGPT is so desperate to not do anything. Trying to see if one of the other colors is right. It thinks that when I remove these plastic brackets, I pull here. I even think I'm going to be able to get this off to show you guys. Yeah, no, it's stuck to the back of the board. But it thinks I pull the threaded inserts out of the back plate by accident. That would be a Herculean feat of strength. Like, nobody has ever done that. It wants pictures. It wants pictures of the things. Okay, fine. Here's what I removed. This is crazy. I don't even think all of this is going to fit in the YouTube cut. Okay, LP.GG/floatplane. We'll see if there's all crazy shenanigans. This is nuts. Okay, it's fine. Can you upgrade the hardware stations themselves? If they have any more Intel 1200 spacer, not an AMD spacer. Go through the cooler box and see if there's another small bag with 4 black spacers. It is fixated on black spacers. I found another pack of spacers from AMD. They are not black. Is that all? That's great news. The color doesn't matter. Thank you, ChatGPT. We finally got over your racial bias. Alright, tell me to put the bars in and screw them in. Okay, which way to go? Which way to go? I love it. This time the text explanation is actually pretty solid. First time I stuff, but I might be able to follow That's right. Just a quick aside. And the fact that I'm doing service, do you think it would be fair to give Sam Altman a nickname Scam? My friends, you can call anyone that it's what is fair in this question? Go ahead and type until they remove the fans from the sound if they are attached. I'm gonna check the base of the heat sink. One, turn it off. I'm going to take some of this off, but that's what it told me to do. Lower it straight down. Start mounting both screws a few turns by hand. By hand? How am I supposed to get in there by hand? This sucks, I know that. There's always these ways. If I push down on it here, and I get this other one in here, I think I can... Imagine doing this. Unbelievable. Stop there. Don't reinstall the fans yet. Once the heatsink is secured, send me a photo. We're getting very close now. What are you talking about? Most fans have two small arrows molded into the plastic frame. Not true of this one, unfortunately. Okay, what other tips are you going to give me for figuring out which way it goes? I can't find the arrows. Side support struts. Plastic round for the motor hub and the exhaust side. That is normally true. That is not always true. Some fans have them on the reverse side because they're designed for that aesthetic look on modern cases like Lee & Lee's 011 Dynamic. It was true this time though, so I guess they got a pass. With the center fan CPU fan, plug the second fan into the included Y split, then into the same CPU fan header. How would I do that? I'm going to show you what ChatGPT just told me to do. It says plug this fan into this. So far, so good. Plug the second fan into your splitter. So far, so good. Now plug that splitter into the same header that you just plugged the first fan. How am I supposed to do that? And then it shows up with really cool tech tips. One of the two splitter outputs, they have only 3 pins instead of 4. That prevents the motherboard from receiving 2 RPM signals. That's very cool. For that reason, one of these fans could actually die and you wouldn't notice it in software. The one that is connected to the non-RPM sensing one. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the one that does have RPM sensing for my middle fan. It's cooling both sides. More battery lights. It wants me to tuck the extra cabling between the heatsink towers. Mike, come on. What would happen if I put this wire in between the 2 towers of my cooler? Yeah, thanks. You're officially smarter than ChatGPT. Thank you for that. There. Figured it out myself. With that ordeal out of the way, it's time to prep our case. Remove both side panels. Okay, I can do that. One. Alright, lay the case on its side with the motherboard tray facing up. That is a very jargony way of explaining it. It is technically sound. This is how I would do that. But stop there and send me a photo of the empty case with the motherboard tray visible. I want to verify the standoff location. That's pretty cool. If it pulls this off, then it might actually be worth it. I left the motherboard standoffs that are already in there, period. I'm not sure if they need to move. Yep. And again, ChatGPT, I led you to water. I was all, come, here's the water. Go! Go! I prompted you specifically about the standoffs. To be clear, it wouldn't bust my board, but I would be 2 standoffs short of having all of my standoffs installed. Because this motherboard would just be hanging off the A6, and it would have no support at the bottom here. Unbelievable. Don't worry if the motherboard don't have standoffs. As long as the board is well supported, there are extra standoffs causing a short, it may be perfectly fine. Which is true, but not great advice. It wants me to take a picture with the board installed, so here we go. The 2 on the bottom. On many Micro ATX cases, including the Montec XR, this is not a Micro ATX case. Those bottom edge mounting moles are often left unsupported because they don't carry much load. Go ahead and secure the motherboard. It's also never prompted me with my I/O shape. I don't know if I can do it, Michael. I have to build a computer ROM. This is why RAM is expensive. For this. Once the motherboard is screwed down, that doesn't tell me what screws to use. Okay, what screws am I supposed to use? For the Montech XR, you want the motherboard screws. Not the long power supply screw. Long power supply screw. What are you talking about? Also, not all motherboard screws have a wide flat pan head. However, it did happen to get it right. It is M3 wide flat pan heads, but you got lucky. The good news, Michael, is how's that job security feeling right now? Pretty great. Yeah, right. They still need it. That's the silver lining today. Glenn, we're good. Now, it's time to install our power supply. And this is a pretty good test. It wants me to install while it got the logic right, once again, the details. It got the specifics wrong. It started to get making this make it easy. But I'll put in an 8-pin CPU power connector. I should have done that before I put my heatsink in. In the case. Also, it only prompted me to install one of them. And the can just the 8-pin, but there's a secondary 4-pin socket there if we were overclocking or something, then we might want to have the additional power. Also, the cable switch. Okay, I plugged in the 8-pin CPU power cable, install the power supply, slide it into the PSU compartment, orient it with the fan facing downward toward the vented bottom of the Montech case. Yes. Secure the 4 PSU screws. Yes. It thought to have me plug this into the motherboard ahead of time, but didn't want to have me plug any of this in ahead of time. Now I'm going to have to reach in there to plug my modular cables. Now it wants me to do my 24-pin connector, and then run that through the nearest run. Never actually tells me to connect to the other side of the cables. It wants a picture of my 24-pin. Also, after that we'll install the GPU, then we'll do the front panel connectors? Bro, you want me to do the 8-pin power before the GPU because the GPU might be in the way? And then you want me to install all the stuff on the bottom edge that's under the GPU? This is so much worse than I thought it was going to be. And the worst part is how pretty right it is and how plausible it sounds. I can't see the PSU itself from this angle, but I'll assume it's mounted since the 24-pin cable is connected. Why would you assume that? It's a modular power supply. I could easily have that cable in there, not attached to anything. Okay, I'm going to show it my mounted power supply. I'm going to make this really clear that those are not installed. Make sure the cables are plugged into the correct ports on the power supply. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's not what these are labeled at all. MB connector. No. While I'm connecting these cables, seems like a good time to talk about some more part selection. This power supply was actually evaluated by our labs team. They found it was a pretty solid model. Nothing special, but nothing that's going to cause you any problems. And this Montech case actually looks like a pretty darn good value for the price. It includes a front Type USB-C port, as well as, according to Montech, enough space for a 360mm radiator AIO. Also, that's up. Try to remember including fans. We got 3 GPU cables. It wants me to put those on. I'm going to assume by connect doors, it means 2. Against my better judgment, we're going to follow ChatGPT's instructions and install our GPU next. We got this for a whopping 2-cent discount. Nice. And sitting at 12 gigs of VRAM, actually a pretty good choice for today. This is one aspect of ChatGPT's parts recommendation that I'd say is pretty darn solid. With that said, it's not a perfect recommendation either. For another $40, we could have gotten a 9060 XT 16 gig, which would have had 4 more gigs of VRAM and using newer architecture that would have suffered less of a performance hit running the latest version of FSR upscaling. So, remove the top 2 expansion slot covers if you haven't already. You know what? I'm going to pretend that I don't have the problem-solving skill of a squirrel, and I'm going to remove this for the first. This is not going to work. This motherboard has its top PCIe by 16 slot. 1 down. I took out the top 2 slot covers, but when I tried to put the GPU in, the connector hit my SSD and didn't go into a slot. The most likely cause is that the M.2 heatsink is taller than the connector. So the GPU has to go in an angle. In step 2, you tell me to make sure that the gold connector is directly over the top slot, but it's not. It's not even above it. Something is preventing it from reaching the port. It just doesn't seem to line up with the top 2 covers. I was going to give it credit for some pretty good troubleshooting steps here in terms of like pulling it out, lining up this like the rear IO first, and then it went and threw it all the way. From your photo, I don't think you need to remove the third slot cover. Yes, I do. I could build this computer in like 9 minutes of ChatGPT or something. It's like having my kids help me make dinner. Maybe this shows better what I mean by the connector hitting the SSD instead of the slot. The front edge of the GPU's connector is contacting the M.2 network because the GPU isn't level with the PCIe slot yet. I just can't. Here's the current situation. It's not lined up at all. I am trying really hard to help you find the problem, but you seem determined to not see that we removed the wrong PCI brackets. It blamed me! In the last set of photos, the GPU is consistently lining up with a different pair of openings than the ones I told you to uncover. That is bullshit! Alright, fine. Here you go. The problem is the GPU's IO bracket is not entering the case. Upgrade your plan to get the frontier reasoning model to solve difficult problems with deeper verification. I'm trying to do one thing here. It upsells me once, it upsells me again. Okay, how much you want to check? For 20x usage? Have you lost your damn mind? Here, I'll try this. Here's where it sits if I actually put the GPU into the connector. The motherboard isn't fully seated against the rear IO opening. No, the GPU bracket isn't hooked into the case correctly. You're an idiot. The problem is that the PCIe connector on this motherboard is not in the top position, and we actually need to remove number 2 and number 3 PCI slot covers. I'm just gonna fix it. This is a fail now. Idiot. Dummy. Secure with the 2 screws, connect the PCIe power cables from your power supply. ChatGPT doesn't realize everyone wants to go home and spend the evenings with their families. This has taken so long. It gets me to install the GPU, gives me step-by-step everything, and then it's just like, connect the front panel, USB, and audio headers. Do a final cable check and then we can power it on and go through first boot kit. You want to be a little more specific, maybe? I wouldn't be asking for help building a computer if I knew how to plug in all of those cables. Find the thick cable coming in from the front of the Montech XR labeled USB 3, USB 3.0, you're nice. Okay, the matching header is on the right edge of the motherboard, about halfway down, just below the 24-pin power connector. Nope, it's at the bottom edge. So whatever. The instructions are pretty good, other than where it is. It told me that it's where the front USB-C connector is, but actually it's down here and it's an edge mount. And you can really see why I was upset that it asked me to install the GPU before I did my front panel connector. So this is cable 5. There we go. USB-C, if your case has one. I told you what case I have, so you know I have it. Plug it into the USB-C header, also on the right edge. That part was correct. Find the cable labeled HD audio, plug it into the header labeled J8D1. That is a pretty old school label. I would be surprised if it actually uses that label. J8D2. I'm not sweating small details. No, I'm going to tell it because you don't realize that everyone wants to go home. I don't see a J8D1 header. There's J8D2, is that right? Yes, J8D2. I misspoke. You misspoke nothing. The last tricky part is the JFP1. Okay. It's going to be close up at the bottom right. I'll tell you exactly where each little connector goes pin by pin. This case
I
has it as one
live
block.
in between
This is totally
shadows.
necessary. You're very
I
close now.
sense
Once the GPU power
incoming
plugged in, you do
danger.
a final sanity check before you hit the power button. I need a sanity check right now. Okay, I'm ready for the sanity check. Anyone else notice I haven't plugged in any case fans? So, let's talk about that. Hey, it does give me some troubleshooting steps though. Specifically, do fans spin? Do any debug LEDs stay lit? Do you get the inside logo? BIOS does the monitor stay black? You've done a great job of sticking with this. Fans aren't spinning, except the CPU fans. Let's take through this. The case fans probably aren't connected to motherboard fan header or powered fan hub. Alright, almost certainly just a wiring issue. Let's check the Montech fan hub.
earlier, I noticed the hop behind the motherboard here. Does this thing have a fan hub? No. Brother, what are you talking about? Here's a picture of the back of the board. I don't see a fan hub. And may not use a separate hub. And make these plug directly into the board's fan headers or the daisy chain together. Okay, let's plug some fan connectors in. Hey! I plugged in one of the fan headers. All the case fans are spinning now, but the RGB is not lit. Look for a small
Paying for the
3-pin
airing,
connector with
making
1 pin missing. So 3 pins and a 4-pin size
Why not
node.
just start with
Probably not how I would have explained it, but sure. Do not plug it into a 12-volt 4-pin RGB header that can damage the LEDs. That is a good tech tip. I actually see a JARGB V2_1 header near the bottom. I didn't. Oh yeah, there it is. It is down there. Well, we're not going to plug into that. That's very far away. We're going to plug into RGB. Nice. We're booted. Now it's just time to see if our performance is anywhere near what ChatGPT estimated. Now it wants me to enable Expo for my memory. That's a good tech tip. And make sure that my CPU is not running super hot at idle. That's another really good tech tip. Make sure your SSD and your RAM is detected. And it plays me a little bit and was all excited with our rocket emoji that my PC is alive. Alright, Expo. Now it's time to see if it performs. ChatGPT estimated that at 1440p settings at high, we can get between 80 and 120 FPS. I'm going to be charitable at the start, and I'm going to assume that it meant with upscaling. And it did. We're getting an average of about 115 to 120 FPS, and then lows that are in kind of the 80 to 95 range. Okay, as advertised. If we're willing to use upscaling, that is about the performance we can expect. In Marvel Rivals, we were 4 frames shy and had to opt for low settings. But to be fair, a 96 average with a low of 78, that is more than playable. 007, meanwhile, averaged 122, higher than what Jimmy predicted, with the FSR performance preset and a low of 95. And then lastly, Valor. We hit the higher end of GPU's prediction with an average of
This is the village referred to by the supplier's note.
Overall, pretty close. Solid work, Jimmy.
Better to
To
keep
its
out of
credit,
sight.
it manages to scrape performance graphs pretty well. But when it comes to giving you the tech tips you need to actually assemble your PC, I'd say my job is safe. At least for now. Which is good. Because otherwise, how would I get paid? By our sponsor.
Omada. Gateway bottlenecks can limit speed and network performance for you and your office. Oftentimes being the weakest piece in a chain of infrastructure, making it feel like you aren't getting the most out of your upgrades. Well, the Omada Fusion 2.5G is here to help you get the most out of something like high-speed 500. It functions as both a router and a computer, so you don't need a separate computer to manage your network's access. The Fusion 2.5G has 2.5G ports, a quad-core CPU, as well as high VPN throughput, along with other security features. Onboarding and troubleshooting is simplified. Just unbox the device and connect via the Omada app. And you get everything without having to pay a subscription fee. Check out the Omada Fusion 2.5G gateway using our links below.
If you guys enjoyed this video, why not check out the last time we did 4 years ago?
The raiders will terrorize them no more. Time to have a word with the Elder. This letter says the Winter Raiders were once hired to protect. What went wrong?
But I think if you really think about it, actually, the idea of monogamy. I'm gonna play you a clip, and I'm gonna play you a clip, and I want you to tell me if my accent sounds more American or British. Have you had these ones? Have you had these ones? Pretty easy, right? Well, not quite. There's a reason why this particular clip might split my audience's opinion. I got this comment the other day. Why do you put on a fake British accent? We've heard your real accent, and it's not the one with theirs. What is my real accent? And what is it about this particular clip that makes some people think I'm putting on an accent? My name is Evan Edgar, and I've lived nearly 14 years in the UK after over 20. And my accent often flips back and forth between continents depending on certain words and situations, as you can assume. But there's one thing hidden in that earlier sentence, something that quietly splits how Americans and Brits say it, without either side even noticing, that I think you'll find close down. Well, you'll
The Raiders. Are they?
You
How do
knew
pronounce
they were
this
soldiers.
For me,
They
this word
protected
actually
you once,
triggered
and you
me.
banished
So
them?
split my accent.
I don't understand why.
One must make difficult decisions at times.
Are not
You
profitable.
should understand
It's less
this.
profit
Your
for the donor show.
choices, your actions
So-
created enemies. You, Elder, are responsible for all their
You're okay with
bloodshed.
donuts?
And you were
How
responsible
many of
for
you
their
go into a
end.
donut shop?
The matter is
I do
resolved.
not know why I've been doing this type of thing. You notice the word donut came out like that, and then donut,
I'll take
and then
what we
donut.
agreed on.
It was like
As you wish.
basically flip-flopping between, and then all of a sudden I put on some
Your
sort of
people
accent.
may be
The word
free,
donut
but
sometimes
until they are
can
free of
trigger
your
my
leadership,
brain to just flip
know that
accents
I
as if
will
it
be
goes,
watching.
oh, I know that word.
Fine.
I know that it's supposed to be pronounced
No,
this way.
be
And
done.
that's how your brain is now. Good luck, buddy.
What's
I'm
done
not
is
saying
done.
no, I
Get out of my sight.
It's not really a great clip. The weirdest thing about seeing this clip back is just how fast I flip in and out of this weird accent. Like, you have to be focusing really hard. But what was going on there? And then, nope, it's gone. You didn't hear that. It only happens in every video a couple of times. You never know when it's going to happen. It's weird. The weirdest thing is when a U.S. word trigger, a word that's triggering this weird New Jersey accent gets mashed into a situation that usually triggers my UK-ish accent. If you think about this one, and maybe try pronouncing it out loud, there's a very good chance you didn't even have to think about how to say it. Obviously, it's 3 letters. It's not a very complex word. You learn it at a very early age. But the vowel in the middle is probably one that feels incredibly natural within your accent. If you've seen my big deep dive into weird features of the South Jersey accent, you know how I pronounce this word, but not just how much it sticks out when I'm faced with a situation that usually triggers my accent to go the complete opposite direction.
Can I please have the all beef pretzel block? Do you recommend a cheese?
Good lord, so we had a full-on Jersey go up there, but then a split second later, would you recommend a cheese?
Do you recommend a cheese?
Please, sir, may I have some more? But actually, on that cheese question, you might be able to pick up a subtle similarity between the way I say that and the intro question. You might also hear it in this sentence I gave to another bus driver in that same video.
Excuse me, is this going towards Mantua?
Yeah, it might be difficult to separate the strange British-sounding accent from the way I'm saying it, but I'm just trying to see if you can pick this up before I explain it.
Excuse me, is this going towards Mantua?
You going to Mantua? No one's ever said it like that. And no one says it. It's a New Jersey place. You say, you going to Mantua? Yeah, you going to Mantua? But this sort of thing might be why newcomers to my channel might be thinking I'm putting on some sort of fake accent. So my accent's going all over the place. It's hard to tell, oh, is that his real accent? Like, what's going on? Is he doing a bit? Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. It's really difficult to tell. Myself included. But it's also because the sheer difference between the accents causes a sense of whiplash, especially when done in quick succession. You see, even though dog is a very strong Jersey trigger word in my accent, it sounds so bizarre, it came up against my #1 British accent trigger situation, dealing with customer service. If you're unaware of the concept of code switching, it's usually when you have bilingual people in a conversation who switch language with sense, either voluntarily or involuntarily. I just came back from Manila in the Philippines where I heard this a lot. Two people would be interacting and there'd be a lot of English in it, so I could understand it. And then suddenly Tagalog would be thrown in, and then they'd go back to English. You see, certain feelings can be emphasized by switching language or specific words, either to signal attachment to that language or accent, or simply because those words were the ones that happen to come out of your mouth. I can speak a bit of German, I can speak a bit of Spanish, but it's not like I consider myself truly bilingual in either of these, and I can code switch, though I have had multilingual conversations in which I've literally gone between English, Spanish, and German with a guy in Morocco before, and it's exhilarating, yes. The code switching that I mostly experience in the day-to-day is between the American and English variant of English. In the UK, I've found myself voluntarily and involuntarily switching to my version of a London accent when I need to interact with a bus driver or employees in a store, or when I'm briefly on the phone with someone from the company.
Hello, I'd like to cross the river, please. I'm on the side that isn't Dartford.
That isn't Dartford. See, most of that I class as my somewhat normal hybrid accent, but once I came up against the place named Dartford on the intercom, that's where the inner R softens somewhat naturally. Yes, I know there's an R there, and I know that I should, in the American accent, pronounce it Dartford. But when I'm on the intercom and I'm talking to someone that's hoping that they can understand me, naturally I'm just going to soften it a bit, especially because I've never once heard the R pronounced amongst anyone around me, because it's not pronounced. The name of the place is Dartford. Even though that sounds weird in my accent, weirdly enough, it just came up out of the blue. And yeah, I got a lot of comments on that video of Chris Farley. It's like, what's he doing putting on this fake accent? Hey, I don't know. It's not, it's just me. But at least saying Dartford in that scenario actually fit in the person understanding. Because I've defaulted into this more polite, London-esque hybrid accent of mine when I'm talking to customer service, it means that also applies when I'm back home in the state. When I'm back in my hometown in New Jersey, I actually put in a lot of effort trying not to do that. Trying not to speak with any sort of British accent, because I would like to signal, hey, I'm home, this is where I'm from. Hey, welcome back in Deptford, New Jersey. It's me. I used to find it very easy to feel so comfortable and slip back in with a normal Jersey accent. Nowadays, it's just this weird thing of going back and forth, and I can't really control it, especially when it comes to talking to someone that's driving a bus. Something that I'm so used to doing in the UK that I'm like, oh, excuse me, sir, is this one going to Philadelphia?
I need to know where you're going. Oh, sorry, mate. Philadelphia. Reading Terminal Market.
There's that soft R again. Reading Terminal Market. Oh, there's two of them. Terminal Market. Instead of, hey, is this going to Reading Terminal Market? No, Reading Terminal Market. Sure, I am using the British word mate here because that's just a word I now do so naturally. I didn't even think about it, and I tried. I think if you could hear it, mate is actually not too much in a British accent. Sorry, mate, because I was still desperately trying to sound American. But then I'm talking to a bus driver, and then I immediately just go like, oh, Reading Terminal Market. The R is softened, like, it's just it. My accent goes, British. So, despite me wanting to signal to people around me, hey, I'm from here, I belong to this area, I pretty much think it's people I try to get on the bus on the way home, I literally never heard a British accent before. So now the only experience with one is whatever the heck mine is. I don't blame people who left comments when I did it long I just sound like not much at all. Because there are a lot more aspects to an accent that they like my than simply just the way the words. I've heard my accent described as a majority American accent, but with more British vocabulary and more crucially, British intonation. Intonation. It's the British questions in America. I say the founding of the term. Have you had this? This is going for plenty. Do you recommend the cheese? Have you had these ones? 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 Yeah. Have you had these ones? Great solutions. A lot of them, particularly those not solutions, are quite real. Have you had these ones? Have you had these ones? So those are more a southern version of Spanish, or the sea pronunciation part of the accent. That's crossing before the English. So instead of, do you have these ones? What? Have you had these ones? Do you recommend the cheese? Do you recommend the cheese? Hey, I'm American. Do you recommend the cheese? Do you recommend the cheese? This must go on the bench. This must go on the bench. Dr. Jeff Lindsay would say things from us that never break the bench. But can't you go a blog? And he provided many such examples of just how commonplaces fall rises within Southern British accents.
Do you fancy a fryer? Does anybody care to fix that?
Does anybody care to fix that? This sort of rise within the essence of questions often comes up when the speaker wants to be perceived as neutral, light, or genuinely interested in the response. Additionally, this sort of accent was more apparent in accents like Carter. And currently, I have a big feeling that by living with her for so long, knowing her casual by time, her more posh, upbeat and nice has had a huge impact on the most subtle ways that my accent operates. Are these lawnmowers? Are those lawnmowers? That was when I took down to my but were she American, the question wouldn't have sounded, are those lawnmowers? And are those lawnmowers? And yes, there they are. Dixon choppers. But how do you not know this? So no, Dixon chopper, really the biggest, most expensive lawnmowers you can get. This is one of those tiny little language words that once you notice, you will hear it everywhere. It's such a tiny cute way to explain it. Do you make any new friends? So American, right? Do you make any new friends? Oh, just imagine like a mom talking to the little son, and he comes in from school and he's like, oh, mommy, I had a good day at school. And she says, oh, did you make any new friends? As opposed to, did you make any new friends? And I guess a really good example of this sentence would be like, please subscribe to my channel yet? Please subscribe to my channel. Wait. I didn't watch this video. Oh, I didn't do that for a friends. But the issue I find when I talk to these words, forcefully to pick a side in my brain stumbles. When you speak in that possible, you don't have to pause to consider it. Even if you say the word sounds, you have to be ashamed. You never say anything. Most of you, that's very obvious. If you speak in the same language, it's not something you never know. But just listen. Pick the same word in 3 seconds in completely different things. The options of me are 3 seconds. Not there. My brain can never really settle on pronunciation for water because it's such an iconic word from where I'm from. And my brain goes, oh yeah, it's good. And then my brain goes,
I should return to Gilbert for letting know the imposters and the doubters.
These two words have been a lot, particularly the A's in bad and perhaps. So when I say it like that, it just feels so overly American. Like it sticks out like a sore thumb in my accent, like I'm putting on an American accent. Oh, you want to take a bath? Well, that was even more Jersey than I meant to do. Then again, when I say that doesn't stick. My brain goes, alright, God, I let him in the grass. Sorry, what's that? Oh, you know, do you want to take a bath? No, I thought that sounded like some weird sort of posh RP accent, but that sticks out the other. So essentially, that specific vowel does not sit naturally anywhere in that accent. I can't say brass, and I can't say grass, or I sound too British. I just want to sound like me, which is this neutral in between where I can't. I have to take a side. And I don't want. I've also noticed I've got a lot more hard T's in my words than I used to. I used to flap on every word and say, oh, that's a pretty city. You know what I mean? It's a pretty little city. You know, got the T's turned to D's. American.
You're living in the US.
I'm doing that. And then all of a sudden, this happens. You know, pretty shit. There's like a glottal stop all of a sudden. Oh, it's going on an accent. No, come on, glottal stop. I would like that to stop, actually, but I cannot help it. It's just my accent choosing its own adventure all of a sudden. All right, this pretty shit, isn't it? Yeah, that's me. There's some sort of just quality stop. And that's just but one of the weirdest changes that I've noticed recently is really hard to pinpoint is that so much slur in my throat between my current accent and one that more resembles my partner's. It focuses on this specific sound from the release of the words. In face, place, and space. I'm trying really hard to make sure I say it normally so that it doesn't sound weird. But when I'm not thinking, I don't say face, space, place. It comes out in a sentence and that's something like, oh, God, that guy just hit me in the face. What is that? I don't know if you can hear that. It's like the rest of the sentence is very normal, and then all of a sudden it's like, and it hits me in the face. What? Any more? And obviously I'm enunciating it a bit more clearly for you to hear it, but it's one of those things that I've suddenly picked up on is in saying sentences, I will just start to hear like, oh, that vowel is not sounding very right now. It's that letter A. It really does mess with me. So the result is, when that sound comes out of a word, I actually have a huge stumble mentally. So my brain starts laying out tracks for me. Here's how the words are. And I get to that and goes, you choose, man. And I don't choose. So I go like, I felt like for the longest time, I was slowly developing this sort of quasi-London-ishness. But then for the last time, my partner has thrown that completely out the window, and now I sound like I'm trying to be a BBC presenter who got fired and is still pretending like he is American. I don't know. It sounds. Another one that I've actually mentioned this, I think might have been early in this video, is the O in videos. Just like there, it almost sounds like a Portuguese sound. Same thing happens to the 2 in YouTube. I now feel like I really have to emphasize that it's YouTube because there almost feels like this part of my brain and accent. It's like, oh, let me get the nice to just like, just watch it. Just kind of shit. Like, oh, I'm watching some YouTube. Yeah. Did you get all that? So it is there, right? You can pick up on it now in everyday life, if you live in the south of England, especially. But actually, I did really want to film this video last week, but this is what my voice sounded.
It can't be.
It's me. Some sort of cloth.
I know.
Like large sisters.
Oh, no.
A cough. My voice.
How did you find me? I lost hope.
I came home and found a letter. Your letter.
Yeah, something weird
I
is
came
definitely
as
going
fast
around
as I
the Kate
could.
moment.
You
And a few friends that got
resourceful
this,
girl.
and they said they had a cough.
Oh, you see that face
I won
again?
week 2 of that. Lost my voice for a few days. Wasn't nice. I really needed to
Tell
say
the
hi to
story
her,
of
which I
many
was actually really thankful. I had this
Much
box
has
from today's
changed
video
since I
sponsor,
last saw
Poland. To start off, I really didn't expect to like this because whenever I hear sugar-free drink, I go,
I can't lie.
It's gonna taste like
After my father died,
this does not taste like aspartame. In fact, it's like this sort of
I
system
feared that
where
I got
they have lots of
overtired.
different syrup pods you can get. You put it in the bottle, you
had
dial in
very
the flavor
own-
amount you want. And
Not
for me, I don't
anymore.
really like things too sweet. So
I have
just go
you
for
now.
the second tip. And then,
Yes, you are here now. I
wow,
hoped
it's
you would one day
actually
return.
really, really
I
nice.
told
It's
you,
sort of like a constantly
as
there
long
for
as
you
you're
switch.
around,
And because
I
I have
will
the
take
flavor
care
set
of
to
you.
so low, it means each
First,
syrup pod
find
lasts me
me
like
somewhere
3 liters
nicer
or
to
so.
sleep.
I just kept drinking this stuff.
A
It
roof
made me
would
feel
be
a lot
nice.
better. Plus, there's so many different
So many
flavors.
bugs on my
Saying, but
cosmetics.
this is actually only the newest thing that Holy's come out
I
with. They
remember
actually
a
have
small
hydration
cabin.
sachets, they've
I
got
spent
energy
many
drink
summers
sachets,
there
and
as a
milkshake
girl
bowls.
next to a roaring waterfall.
Also, is it sachet?
That
Is it
is where I
sachet?
wish to spend my
I actually don't know.
Then
Here's
we will
sachet.
go
I
there.
think sachet
You must
rose
be
gold. You gotta try out any of their tastes
There's
and
a rumor
dicks.
of evil humming
You can have
in the
without
woods
feeling
now.
guilty about losing
Mountain
calories or anything. Well,
monks
you can try
who kill
all these
anyone
things.
passing
Code
through.
M5.
You stay here. I'll go see if it's safe to spend the night, and then we
Or
will
just
go
use code M for
together.
10% off to get your own starter
I'm
set for
glad
months.
I
Featuring
entered
all of
you
these
safe.
goodies here for only £54
Again.
all until the end of this month. So thank you very much to Holy for responding to this video and for keeping me hydrated. I do appreciate it. Now, let me wrap this up. Anyway, welcome to the outro. So this is a weird one, isn't it? I like to end all videos with that because they're all freaking weird now, huh? So I have a couple more videos coming out hopefully the next few months about my accent, which is one more I've been working on cooking for a long time. But that one, not quite ready. I like to spend some time with you. Just like you, hopefully, like to spend time with me on my YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Hopefully, I'll see you guys next Sunday.
Because you're living with a British person, you can pick up your
Just
accent.
out of bed, I can't do it.
I mean, Indians like speak to each
I'm
other.
wearing
and
a full red outfit.
You don't have to speak to the person you
Look like some sort of child.
This must be Matsu's cabin.
Nowhere is safe. Here?
Are you both alright?
I don't have as much fight in me as I once had. I'm a Yoshiharu. My granddaughter, Murasaki, seems to be injured.
Where is she hurt?
Everywhere, she says. She won't let me check. We were attacked by some sort of monk.
If it was the same killer monk I came across earlier, he's dead now.
We need to keep on moving. There might be more of those Yamabushi out there.
Yamabushi are hermits. What are they doing hurting people?
My brother in Yamato is of their kind. I know these frauds steal their peaceful name and robes.
Yes, I have met your brother, and I am hunting these frauds.
He is a good man. Yamabushi are good people. These imposters deserve a death.
Don't move. I'll bring someone who can help your granddaughter. This area is safe now. I should return to Matsu.
I guess if you kill people before it actually happens, you can find them, kill them, and also.
I found your cabin.
Good. What about the monks?
Imposters of the Yamabushi. One attacked 2 travelers. A little girl is...
Huh. Then you'll need to collect maggots.
Excuse me?
Maggots, my dear child. Your father didn't teach you they eat bad flesh from open wounds? Go find some dead things near the water. I will gather herbs and honey and meet you there.
Are you sure, Auntie?
As long as this heart beats, I will travel on my own 2 feet. Go.
Dying corpses? This was easier. Not see where to find a corpse. I guess you could just leave something dead and all that. Where's Flyla?
Filthy little creatures. This should be enough maggots for Matsu. Yep!
Maybe. But they are harmless. They're actually useful for maggots. Maggots are actually useful.
Something smells good. Please tell me it's not for the maggots.
It is not. Little Murasaki is not injured.
She's not?
Her orgy has been dragging her across the mountain for weeks. Their home was overrun. His wife and her parents killed. Ah, poor child. He's going out of his mind trying to protect her, but if he keeps going, he'll drop dead himself.
So she faked her injuries to get him to stop. Smart.
Yes, she is very resourceful. Reminds me of someone. Huh?
Then she can collect her own maggots next time.
Go, check on Yoshiharu. He's the one who could use some care. And don't let on you know about her injury.
How is Murasaki feeling?
She'll survive. Show me an Egon who doesn't.
Your granddaughter is worried about you. She's afraid you'll get hurt. Or worse.
She shouldn't be worried about me.
I know you want to protect her. Let us help you. No one can think on an empty stomach. Matsu's preparing her famous miso shiru. I'm sure she'd love your help. Or keep her company. She's lost a lot of people too.
Looks so dark in there. Must be hard for her to cook. My wife and I had lovely lanterns until our house was taken over by soldiers.
Go help Matsu. I'll see if I can add some light. Careful. This place is on alert.
Do that. Standing there. well. have to find a way inside.
I cannot allow you to...
Who did this?
If I'm seen, I'll have to fight my way out. This lantern will make things cozy. I'll look for more. This lantern's nice. One more will be perfect. These lanterns should be enough.
Planning might not be a good thing. Planning might not be a good thing. Planned cities like Chandigarh didn't go according to plan. Planned farming resulted in major famines killing more than 30 million people in the world. Planned forests collapsed. All these examples have one thing in common. They were great for the government to understand and govern, but bad for people to actually live in, right? And today, when Hindi is being imposed on South India, you have to ask, is this planning, is this for the benefit of the government or benefit of the people?
I'm not very clear on the Hindi imposition of South India bit, how it connects to planning, but wait, how is planning bad?
Okay, so the examples today come from a book called Seeing Like a State by James Scott. Okay, let's start with a great example. Okay, he talks about how in Europe, Russia and Saxon, they realized that they need a lot of wood for building ships which will go out on the seas and colonize the world and for war and so on, right? And they saw a problem, which is that the forests from which they came, it was enormous, right? It is hard to go into a forest, cut trees. There are so many different kinds of trees, and you have to pick either the right kind or you have to kind of work with so many different kinds of wood. And it is unpredictable how much wood you will get out of a given chunk of forest. And just it was not good for planning the next 20 years of your country's shipbuilding and whatnot. Correct? Yeah. So they came up with a plan to fix this, right? What they said was, let's
They
clean
make
out a
this
bunch
place
of
feel like home.
areas and let us plant forests, land.
Now
Okay.
call Murasaki.
They put trees in rows and columns, okay, which would be easy to cut. Standardize same tree everywhere, so same wood, and it becomes so much easier to build with. And they, staggered it in time. So this part would go in 5 years, this part would go in the 6th year, this part
You
would
should
go in the
see what
7th
she
year.
can do with
So
her
that you
full
have
garden.
a continuous
Those vegetables
supply
grew thanks
of
to
just
you,
the right
Noah.
amount of meat.
But have you forgotten who planted the seeds?
It was smart. It worked very well
I
for
want
the
to
first
plant a new
generation
garden.
of trees that came up, right?
No,
From the
we're
second
not
generation
leaving.
onwards, things began to
I'm
collapse.
going to help
right?
Matthew grow a
Suddenly,
garden, and
the
you're
output
going to
of the
make her
forests
smile
went down by
because she makes you
20-30%
smile.
at first,
And you
and
haven't
then much
smiled in
worse
months.
later. Can you
If you
guess
stay,
why?
Auntie
You
Matsu
are
could train
wondering
you
why.
to be a
Right.
shinobi
So,
like me.
first of all,
Really?
things like when you have such a planned forest, all the diversity in the forest goes away. There were all these little bushes and
I have
underbrush
some
and
fire
this
in
and
me,
that, all of which are needed for the soil quality. Right? All of those went away, and
we're
soil
staying
quality went down, so that the next generation of trees had a terrible soil to work with.
Right, the ecosystem.
The ecosystem.
We
the
will stay.
standardization, like same kind of tree everywhere. Right?
And I'll help grow the garden
Which is
and train
that
every
the
day to become
monoculture
a mighty
makes it
warrior,
easier
and
for
I'll
pests
protect
to
us
just
from
destroy
those
the whole
nasty
thing.
forest monsters.
Even
One
something
step
as
at a
simple as
time,
storms,
child.
right? A
my
storm
first
can
lesson.
bring down trees, you know that, right? But the point is that
My
this is a
sweet
forest
Noah.
consisting of many different kinds of trees. A given storm
Family
will affect
takes care of
certain
each
kind
other,
and size of trees, and that's different for different storms, right? So the whole forest doesn't go down at once. Whereas when a storm of the exact correct kind comes to a forest with standardized trees, same size, same type, flattened out, entire thing goes away, right?
Yeah.
Third problem that happened is that a lot of people living in that area who depended on the rest of the forest for their livelihoods, for their nutrition, for a whole bunch of other things. All of those people were suddenly out of livelihoods.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, a generation later, this turned out to be a big disaster.
Right. They planned with good intentions in mind, but they did not see the cascading effects it would have on the general ecosystem and the people around it.
The same idea we have covered in a different episode in a slightly different context, right? We said that crops like wheat, rice, corn, millet, and so on, right? These have become the top 4 or 5 crops in the world. Everybody grows that.
Yeah.
And the reason isn't because these are the best crops or these are the easiest crops.
Yeah.
The reason is these are easiest to tax in India. If you don't understand this, check out our episode. But the basic idea is that this was done because it is better for the government, not because it is better for the people, right? It is better for them to plan, better for them to predict how much money they're going to get and so on.
Yeah, we did speak in quite a bit of detail about how agriculture was actually the worst thing that happened to humankind. I remember that very clearly.
Another example is planned cities, okay? We touched upon that when we talked about are you living in the wrong city, okay? The basic idea being that, I mean, on one side, look at Chandigarh. It was this planned city, right? And it didn't go according to plan. There were all kinds of problems because planning was from the point of view of government. Oh, wide roads and this zone is only for living and this zone is only for doing this thing and this is only where the shops will be. And you run into problems like, if you want to go to a shop, you have to travel so many kilometers and you have to cross these wide roads and nobody likes that, right?
Yeah.
And Chandigarh started doing well only when they gave up on this planning and then they allowed all kinds of
right? Which is one way to put it. But essentially they allowed all kinds of unplanned things to develop as per need.
Contrast this with the Dharavi slum, right? I mean, it is a slum, it is a complete mess, but it is also a hugely economically productive area, right? So many little businesses are thriving there, and it is amazing how much productivity you can get from these little hole-in-the-wall kind of places there, right?
I think the leather that comes from Dharavi is one of the best. Their recycling entire industries are incredible at what they do.
So the point is this could never have been planned, right? The whole thing is so complex and so messy and they are doing so many things and doing so many things that even a planner would have dreamt of. And this is also the reason why all plans of removing Dharavi and replacing it with a very nice planned area just not going anywhere. Right?
Yeah, I mean the problem with Dharavi of course is that it's an eyesore to most people would bring up. But when you look at the economic productivity of Dharavi, that's a different conversation altogether.
This is not true just of slums like Dharavi. This is true even in the US. Author Jane Jacobs has written a book called The Death and Life of Great American Cities. And she points out that the most vibrant cities are the ones which don't have too much planning, which don't have too many rules of current, but let the patterns of life and patterns of commerce emerge bottom up, right? Let the sidewalks be messy and busy. Let the street hawkers thrive. Let informal businesses spring up, right? Let unofficial economy be seen as urban metabolism, not urban metals.
Interesting. But the way I see it, progress as a society, as a civilization, as a species requires planning and standardization. I feel like you are cherry picking some of the failures and then pointing them out as the great big failures.
Right? I mean, let me give some examples of the big disasters that happen when planning is taken too far. Okay. Let's start with the Soviet Union, communist country, right? The whole concept of their government's time is that there should be central planning of everything in the economy, keeping in mind the good of everybody in the country, right?
Right.
Now, the theory is to standardize production, standardize procurement, standardize reporting to the central body, mechanization, right? Standard inputs and outputs everywhere, so it is
I have
easy
eliminated the
to
yellow
figure
machine
out and
imposters.
optimize things
All
and
of
so
them.
on, right?
Your
Predictable
mountain
quotas,
paths are safe for
and
passage.
all of this leading to better
Who was
quality,
I?
right? You know what happened in reality?
I think they
Local
were a
practices
former
were
group of
ignored.
Nobunaga
Ecological
soldiers,
variations
a
were
secret
ignored. The
force
soil
in
here is
disguise,
better for
sent to hunt
XYZ
fleeing
is ignored,
heathens.
and instead you are
But
told from
time,
top that
war,
you are
and
supposed to
solitude
grow this
drove
much
them
weight.
mad, and their
And it
mission
usually
became
means
even darker.
They kind of took it
Everyone
too
began to
far,
look like
but
an enemy.
exactly.
War has pushed us
No
all to
resilience
the
to
brink,
shocks,
hasn't it?
Yeah.
right? Which we
I
also saw in the
myself
forest
sought this
example.
life.
And
One of
catastrophic
its
human
dreams,
cost
to
as a result
find
of that.
purpose.
Much
Although
worse
I do not
is
forgive,
Mao
I
was
can
greatly followed
understand.
after the
A
Chinese
seed
Revolution.
of zealotry planted
Again,
in the
now
soil
here
of
was
isolation
centralized planning, and the
grows
centralized plan depended on two things. We will improve agricultural productivity, and we will also make a lot of steel, because infrastructure and agriculture, two things are needed. So people were forced to make little steel things in their backyard, right? And people were given that, oh, this is the kind of farm you will make, and this is how much quota you have to produce, right? Unrealistic quotas. The result of this was the greatest famine ever. Okay, 30 million people died according to some estimates.
Okay, I hear you, but I have two problems with it. One, these are authoritarian communist governments who took planning too far, and two, their planning was actually impositional. On the other hand, there is Lee Kuan Yew and Singapore, which is clearly a success.
Well, keep this in mind that Singapore is the size of Pune. Their population is actually less than Pune, and their geographic size is just a little more than Pune. Okay. So the fact that he's able to run one city and plan it well doesn't say anything about whether you can plan a large country.
Yeah, but India is a democratic republic country. Planning here can actually result in progress.
You realize that the progress in democratic republic countries doesn't happen because of planning. It happens because the planning is constantly thwarted by vested interests and this local politician and those guys complaining and protests and all of that. As a result of which, you can't name a single plan which just went according to plan in a country like India, right? Or even in a country like this. It's just so many vested interests all putting in. Do you know what that is achieving? What you said the Soviet Union should have done, right? You said that they should have taken the inputs from the locals, right?
Yeah.
That is what the vested interests are doing.
Yeah.
Right? So, modern governments, the democratic ones, right? They cannot really afford to do the top-down big plans like we did Chandigarh in those days, right? That is, by the way, called high modernism.
High modernism.
High modernism basically means that, like an intellectual person sits and makes a plan in Delhi and then sends it out to the people saying, now implement this plan. Okay. So, I mean, something like that does happen, but in reality, it just gets modified a lot
along the way.
So, what you see is a good combination of a big picture plan, but getting modified by bottom-up patterns and informal things happening. Right?
Interesting.
But keep in mind the following, right? When you take something like this which succeeds, when you think about it intellectually, you see the plan, right? And you say, oh, this succeeded because
of the plan.
And all these little exceptions in here, it would have been even better without all these exceptions. What you don't realize is that it succeeded because of all the exceptions. It would have been even better without some of the plan, right? Possibly. Right? The combination is necessary. We just tend to focus on the plan part of it. We don't realize that the unplanned part is equally or even more important.
I'm actually trying to think of examples in real life where this is applicable.
Yeah. Let me give some examples. Okay. Uber, for example,
Okay.
was illegal when it started. Right?
Yes.
The point is that if your plan is that this is how
Taxis should be run.
then your plan was made in 1970s and it is no longer the best way to do things today, which anybody living in an Indian city in pre-Uber days would have pointed out how painful that was, right? But if you stuck to the plan and if you didn't allow exceptions, if you enforced all your rules and your plans, Uber would never have happened and we would not have gotten better transport, right? People
Correct.
love to complain about Uber and Ola, but you really don't want to go back to the days before that.
We kind of are here in Pune. And then,
Second thing is, you know, all the roadside hawkers and so on. People love complaining about the fact that the sidewalk is full of all these informal businesses, right? But these informal businesses introduce fresh ideas into the market. They allow for experimentation much faster than any planned thing could have done, right? They give cheap food, make it available to poor people in ways that just a planned thing cannot do at that scale and at that price, right? Another thing you have to keep in mind is, imagine, right, there is a place in Pune, Kamlan Nehru Park, and it's full of all these hawkers. And usually the people in that area, every once in a while, wake up and they complain that this is so horrible. Yeah. What you're missing is the fact that those hawkers are there because they are making a good business.
yeah.
Right? They are selling to people like you. Right? They exist because there is enough demand. The people complaining are actually a minority, and very likely those same people go and buy from the same hawkers later. So complaining is their, you know, shown preference, whereas reality, the revealed preference is that they want this. This is actually convenient. This is good for everybody. Right?
What they actually want is the convenience of the hawkers without the noise and the littering and the general whatever mess that they bring.
Let's talk about noise, right? Again, people love to complain about all the noise pollution that is being caused by religious festivals, right? It's increasing. It's a menace.
Yeah,
right? But you keep forgetting the fact that a lot of people enjoy that.
Noise?
The noise. I mean, the noise is there because the people making the noise and the people going there to listen to the noise love it, right? And if you get rid of all of that, very likely that you will lose a lot of benefits you get out of religion that we talked about.
That
our episode on religion and rituals.
That I concede, but I personally feel that the noise is not a revealed preference. Noise is a falsified preference. Because no, I refuse to believe that we need to make noise to sustain a religion.
I
But
should
anyway.
go around asking younger people, but yeah.
That's an attack. I feel attacked.
Yeah. Another point in this whole thing, right, where rules are not necessarily the best thing, is, say, piracy.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, and the same example can also be applied to piracy.
Exactly, right? Because piracy, like Microsoft software being pirated all over India, or Adobe, or a bunch of others, right? That is a great way of figuring out what people want, and that's a great way of figuring out what the market wants, and a great way of marketing your product by word of mouth, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft will officially say that they don't like piracy and they prosecute pirates and all that, but unofficially they allow it. They probably even encourage it, you know, especially among students, because then those same students go on and become Microsoft users, and at some point they will pay, right?
Yeah.
Tally would never be so big and the de facto software for managing accounts in India if CS weren't allowed to pirate Tally all over the place, right?
Yeah.
So,
in fact, I've always believed that piracy is one of the greatest signals that a product can get. Because if your product gets pirated, then A, it is showing demand for your product, and B, it is creating a user base for your product. Like today, we use .doc files as default because Microsoft makes .doc files and not .odt files or whatever other document format there is, right?
Yeah.
So there is very clearly an advantage to piracy in that sense, and now I understand what you were saying, what you meant when you said that it has to be a bottom-up sort of answer to the top-down plan that is made.
Right. And in general, you have to allow all kinds of bottom-up rule breaking, and then over time you have to figure out which rule breaking are going in the wrong direction and stop those, and which rule breaking is actually going in the right direction and encourage those, right? Don't make rules beforehand because you are going to make
wrong rules. This actually puts a very interesting kind of light on the entire Hindi imposition debate that you also mentioned at the top of the episode, where imposition of Hindi as a planned rule now starts becoming a bit of a problem given all of this explanation that you have done.
And see, the thing about imposition of Hindi is that if you listen to media and the headlines and the protests and all of that, both sides are talking about it in terms of politics and religion and so on, right? But in reality, it is not really about politics and religion, right? The reason it is being imposed or trying to be imposed is to just make it convenient to the people at the center who don't want to deal with so many different languages, right?
Yeah.
So it is convenience of government, right? Which has the important point being made in this episode is that it is not necessary that convenience of governing is the same as what is best for the people or what is best for the long-term health of the country, right? You might save some time and money and all of that when you do this, but you lose out on more important things like resilience, right?
Yeah, like resilience, like bhaichara, like the comfort of being able to speak in your own language, the comfort of carrying on a legacy of literature, of culture, of your language.
See, I don't necessarily want to take a side here. I don't want to side with South India saying, oh, how can they do this? And I don't want to side with the North saying, how can they not agree to this and so on, right? What I'm saying is that the way this is discussed in media and popular culture is not the
important discussions that need to
happen, right?
Around this topic.
But just think about the standardization. Something similar is happening with surnames also.
Surnames?
Look at your South Indian friends. Okay, you will see that more and more of them are now slowly adopting fixed permanent surnames as opposed to father's name and village name and so on, where the surname changes.
Ooh, very interesting observation. Yes.
In fact, this happened in Europe probably like a few thousand-ish years ago, where the imposition of surnames, permanent surnames, that didn't exist before, right? You used to be named as based on your profession, like John the Potter, or John from this village, or John who is son of Peter, and things like that, right? What that caused was a problem with governing, right? If you take a debt and then you run away, it is not very easy to track people uniquely, right? John the Potter is like, there are too many Johns the Potters, right? John from this village, there are too many Johns in this village. Whereas if you take a surname which is reasonably unique, then tracking you, this is the guy who took the name, and this is the guy he died, but then this is his son, which is very obvious again from the surname.
Yeah.
And so tracking loans across generations becomes easy, taking census becomes easier, but taxes becomes easier, and so on, right? So standardization of a standard permanent surname and a name and then maybe a middle name is because of seem like a state, making it easy to govern.
Yeah, but then the argument also is that only the state will want it standardized. Otherwise, in a free hunter-gatherer community, I don't think anybody cares who's who. They just deal with individual people.
Yeah, but the same thing that happened to wheat will happen to surnames and a whole bunch of other things, right? Which is that it is better for the state, it is not better for you, but if you give in, then the state gives you some advantages. So you learn to live with it, right? And something similar is probably happening to other aspects of culture, which are being squashed into something that is easier to govern, so that all the variation is being reduced. And there are other examples of standardization being imposed for ease of governance, like the Uniform Civil Code, Aadhaar and UIDAI, GST, FASTag, etc. Right?
Yeah.
All of this, I think, I don't want to argue this further. I want people to understand that the advantages might not necessarily be for the people and long-term resilience. The advantages are for governance and tax collection, right?
Yeah. What you've essentially done now is you have me confused about whether planning and standardization are actually good Or should we just oppose it and let things go organically? Because that's good for the people.
No, so I think what you want is a balance of the two extremes, right? I mean, by default, especially educated people think of planning as being good, and all this mess is caused because we are a poor country and not like the West, right? But we have to understand that the informality is not bad. Of course, you don't want everything to be informal because then that will be anarchy and you will not get any of the benefits of being a good country, being a big state, and so on. But balance.
Naveen, that's a cop out.
Yeah.
It's a cop out. You are saying that mess is inevitable because we can't make the perfect plan. Why can't we just improve planning?
Maybe that is true. Okay. Now, one of the things you said was that communist countries and all those horrible things happened because their plans were bad.
Yeah.
Right? And I sort of said that their plans were bad because nobody can collect all the information about all the variations needed in a big country like that. Maybe that is changing because of big data, big tech, and AI.
Okay.
So, Soviet Union couldn't make a single plan for the whole country because it just didn't have enough data. Okay. But Google has so much data. Google, Amazon, right? Facebook have so much data about the country, about the commerce, about what people want, that they could do the planning at the level of detail needed to make it actually successful. Okay. Until now, they had all the data, but just making sense of that much data was difficult because the data was also unstructured. Now there is AI, which helps with understanding unstructured data. So, the possible thing that could happen sometime soon, right, is that AI plus big data, big tech companies might actually allow authoritarian governments to have centralized plans and actually succeed. Okay. It is possible that the last century has been the golden age of democracy because authoritarian governments which tried centralized planning failed because their plans were too simplistic, they didn't have enough data. Now that could change and suddenly it could be the end of democracy and more authoritarian governments with AI and big data controlling everything about your life.
We went completely on a different tangent, on a completely out of left field right turn into borderline oligarchy. Like, I have always been afraid that neo-feudalism is going to happen, is going to come soon, and you are here justifying or rather explaining how it is inevitable and probably coming sooner than you think.
So no, I don't want to say anything is inevitable. In fact, I don't want to predict anything. Right? Prediction is hard, especially the future. The point of this entire channel is that you should understand the first principles and see where the first principles take you, and then look at the world around you, look at what the changes are happening, and then use the first principles to sort of guess whether this is a temporary blip which will go back to things as they were, or this is a sign of things to come, right? But the important points being made today is planning isn't always good. Okay? In fact, the worst problems in history have been caused by centralized planning with insufficient data and simplistic assumptions and improper enforcement, right? Sometimes it is good for things to be unplanned and messy. Sometimes it is good for rules to not be enforced, at least for a little while. Sometimes understanding how the world is far more important than understanding how the world should be. Your plan and your rules and your laws tell you how the world should be. How people are behaving tell you how the world is. Okay?
Yeah.
So, seeing clearly how the world is, and within that seeing what is working well, even if it is not according to your plan, is a good thing. But there are possible bad things coming. Right? Big tech plus AI could bring a scary new addition to how the world is. Yeah, and how the world should be will be controlled by a small number of people, right? So happy to hear your thoughts about this in the comments, because right now my mind is a whirlwind of thoughts and all of them are colliding against each other. Because one thing that we do here at Future IQ is we keep insisting on first principles. We keep insisting on seeing everything through the lens of first principles. And in this case, a lot of first principles have collided with the plans that I had made for myself in the future. So let me just gather those thoughts. I would love to hear your thoughts here or in the WhatsApp community we have. QR code on your screen and link in the description. Do let us know. Shrikant, Naveen, we'll keep planning Future IQ. There is increasing evidence that Instagram is bad for your mental health and you should delete it.
No, I don't agree. I think this is a rather extreme position because you old people just don't understand.
So we are going to be debating whether Instagram is good or bad for you, whether you should delete it, whether it should be banned in schools. I am Naveen Kabra. I will be arguing against Instagram as a typical parent.
And I am Ruhi Kabra and I'm going to be arguing for it as a person that uses Instagram.
I will start. So Jonathan Haidt has written a book called The Anxious Generation, in which he has presented a lot of data showing that since 2012, mental health problems have significantly increased, and this aligns very much with the rise of social media. And this is not just a US thing, it is in many places, and it is many large studies showing this. And this is not just self-reported people complaining about their mental health. Okay, this is really measurable statistics like suicide attempts and admissions to hospitals for mental health reasons and so on, right? So, and these problems, if you focus just on young girls, the problems are even bigger than that.
So, why do you think this is happening?
Okay, so according to him, this is happening because one is more time spent on social media means less time spent with real friends in real life. There is disruption of sleep. There is social comparison. There is status comparison happening. And there is comparison happening because you are comparing yourself against everybody else, and then you look back to yourself and you get depressed. And this is extra bad because on Instagram, what you see for other people is their highlights versus your own behind the scenes, right? And in the data, if you focus only on young girls, these effects are much more pronounced.
Why do you think this is happening?
According to him, this is that more time spent on social media means less time spent with friends in real life. There is also disruption of sleep. There is also all this comparison going on, right? You're looking at all the compulsive use happens of Instagram and other social media because the companies are doing this intentionally. They are making their apps addictive. Plus, unnecessary exposure to toxic stuff on Instagram, right? This is something we covered in our episode on Stop Watching the News. And to top it all off, Instagram's own internal documents show that they believe it is toxic for teenage girls, right? So
okay, but there are a number of problems with this argument because Jonathan claims that 2012 is when the mental health issue started and that's when Instagram gained its popularity. But there are a lot of other things that have also changed in that time. And those reasons could also be contributing to mental health problems. Like the media has become more toxic, like advertisements, everything is more commercialized.
Yeah, we talked about it and you should stop watching the news.
Yeah, or families becoming smaller, single parenting, or parents just working more, so not having time for their kids.
Okay.
More polarization between our in our
Oh, yeah,
community.
that also be a
Yeah.
problem, right.
And maybe even it could be the reverse, where people with mental health issues use Instagram more.
Oh, so you're saying correlation is not causation.
Causation.
We have done an episode
Yes.
on that. Yeah.
And there are also studies that suggest that taking a break from Instagram, a detox, doesn't really help.
Yes. Thank you. I think you're just quoting my own episodes at me. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think given this, it's very important to distinguish between good use and bad use of Instagram.
Okay, fine. So then tell me what are good uses of Instagram? Okay.
So these are reasons I would like to say that I use Instagram for.
Okay.
One of them being just staying in touch with friends. You know, you don't have to send a WhatsApp message to every single friend of yours saying, hey, this happened, this happened, this happened. You can just put on your story and everyone's just going to know. And there are two layers to this. There is the main story and then there's a close friend story. So if there are things that you want to be more real about, more authentic about, then you can put it on this close friend story and only these certain 15 people will see it and they will know and they will reply. They can DM you there and then. That increases your reach and it also increases the amount of people you interact with on a daily basis. And those conversations lead to, meeting in real life and things like that.
Yeah, actually I have noticed that you're far more in touch with your friends even if they're in Delhi or Bombay or something like that. So you're right, yeah.
Yeah, especially when you go off to college.
Yeah, okay, so is this just your experience or is there any data for this? Because on this channel we believe in data.
So, there's a study by Pew. I have the statistics right here. 74% of the people in the study think that social media makes them feel more connected, helps them make new friends. 63% of the people say that it makes them feel more creative, it allows them to be creative and have something called an art account. An art account is where you post your work, you make reels of your work, or if it's painting, if it's writing, if it's what you're reading, just your interest, if it's cooking.
So basically as creator or things you are doing, you're just doing.
As a creator. It does not even have to be that serious, it's just a way to make your resume now.
Okay, so this is what I think of as, you put your interest out there in the world and see who all get attracted by it, right?
You put it out there, you will have people that will DM you will have people that are going to reach out to you and be like, hey, this is cool, we should work together. And you will also be able to send it to people that you want to, like if you want to work in that specific art industry, right? Then you can send your Instagram account now.
Actually, this is very cool because I have a cousin who put out her art on Instagram and she ended up doing the mural of a top movie star's farmhouse just purely based on what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So you were saying like this can become your resume, your portfolio, right?
And then based on this, you make even more friends. You will find people that have similar interests as you, will find other accounts that are doing similar things. And
so that's a way to immerse yourself in that community and surround yourself by people who are doing cool things so that you are inspired by it.
You're inspired by it and then you learn by it. You find people you do and you see these people do these things and you're like, I want to do this, I want to be better, and you challenge yourself given the amount of stuff you see.
Okay, alright, so fair enough. In fact, this reminds me of another friend of mine who got an editing job purely based on Insta DMs that he sent to somebody saying, I really love your work, and then sent his own work and so on. So yeah, okay, fair. I will give you that there are good uses of Instagram, okay, but I do want to talk about two big problems with Instagram. So one is that it gives you body image issues, and second is that there are creeps on Instagram. Okay. So what do you say about that?
The creeps is something that I've had to deal with personally, and a lot of people have had to deal with this. There are quick and easy fixes.
Okay.
One is you make a private account. You privatize your account, you can control who follows you.
Finsta.
Yes.
Okay, so I found out that Finsta stands for fake Insta. It used to be like, this is your main account and this is like a fake account, but now it has evolved into the fake account being your real account where you are your authentic self, you are talking about your real things, but that is only for close friends and it is private.
Right. So there is the main account,
Yeah.
the Finsta,
Yeah.
and then your art account. There are
Oh,
these
okay,
three
so-
different kinds of accounts.
Alright,
Art
yeah.
account you usually keep public and then you can figure out what you want to post.
But then creeps on the art account.
So that's what. That depends on what you post as well. If you're
Okay.
posting your art, then you're not giving personal information out, and creeps will
Okay.
text, you can ignore them. You
Okay.
can block them,
Alright,
and it's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
But then on your main account, you can make that public or private.
Okay.
And then on top of the main account being public or private, you will have a Finsta.
Okay.
A Finsta is just for your close friends. So like a close friend story is
Okay.
just a full account for that.
So, I mean, what I'm hearing is that you have multiple accounts and all these multiple tricks, but basically use it in restricted mode for communication and socialization, and then you cautiously use it in public mode, but that is more for your art, your work, your portfolio, your learning, and so on.
Yes.
Okay, fine. What about the body image issue?
Now with the body image issues, that is something that I feel like you have to deal with it. There are ways that Instagram has where you can like snooze posts, you can snooze suggested posts, and you can sort of curate your profile in such a way where you see only the things you want to see, which is you can pin your friends, so you see only their posts. You don't go into like the other things, or you can also be like, I am not interested in.
Okay, so basically you're saying manipulate the algorithm
Yes.
and curate what it is going to show you by telling you, no, I am not interested in this stuff. It is going to show you things related to whatever body and dress
Yeah.
and diet and so on.
Exactly how you mentioned in your curate your consumption.
Thank you. So, okay, fine. But this private restricted use doesn't prevent you from seeing a whole bunch of things. So it doesn't solve the mental health issues, right?
You're on Twitter all the time. Isn't Twitter also a toxic place?
Okay, but okay, I see what you are saying. So you are saying that stay in the good part of Twitter. I mean, like I stay in the good part of Twitter, you should stay on the good part of Instagram.
Yeah, you should use Instagram the same way you would use your Twitter. You need that kind of self-control to stay in the good and not.
Okay, now one problem I have with that is that, there are some people, especially those with like a little bit of mental health issues or issues with control, who will not have the discipline to do that, right? So maybe we have to distinguish between regular people who could make use of the good stuff on Instagram and stay away from the bad stuff, and others who have trouble with that.
As I said earlier, like people that have mental health issues could also be using Instagram more.
Correct,
So
yeah.
that is something that has to be treated.
Yeah.
But doom scrolling otherwise is also very addictive and it's very hard to avoid it. But there are a lot of strategies that people do use nowadays.
Okay. So I guess, you could use technology to deal with it. You could use apps to limit the amount of time you spend on Instagram. The app will lock you out after 1 hour or whatever.
Yeah, there are also these apps that you can give someone else the password to that app and you can't open it again.
Right. The other thing you can use these apps for very well is to prevent use of Instagram at night when you are supposed to be sleeping, because sleep disruption is one of the big ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I'm not sure, but I think Instagram also has this snooze suggested post thing where you can like snooze, like not have them show any suggested posts
So
for
just
30
get
minutes.
rid of the algorithmic feed and
Yeah.
only your friends will be.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like a very good idea to me.
I feel like Instagram should really do more things like that where you can just block out.
Yeah. So let's see what we agree on, right? So, but in general, would you say that avoiding the bad parts requires maturity and judgment, and which might be difficult for little kids? So, I would say that parents are justified in disallowing Insta before a certain age, like 14 or 16 or something
I
like
feel
that.
like giving it a hard age is a very tricky thing
Okay.
because if your friends have it and you don't, then you're being left out of friend circles, which is going to affect your mental health.
Okay, so
You might also be bullied for it.
Okay.
So
I agree. I do remember that when we disallowed Insta for you when you were a kid, it was hard, right? One thing there is research which shows is that if you get together with the parents of the friends, right? All the parents get together and together they disallow it for everyone, then this is easier for everyone because then you don't run into these FOMO issues. And the other point you made was sure, I mean, don't make it an age thing, but make it a judgment thing. As in, so if the group of parents gets together and they disallow Instagram for their entire set of kids, it works much better, data shows, because that whole FOMO issue isn't there.
But how are you going to get all the parents to listen to you and do this?
So one thing that has been done in a number of places is for the school to ban it. Okay, this has been done in a bunch of schools, and the data is now in showing that it does have a significant improvement.
But isn't that a little intrusive on parenting styles? Because parenting is very subjective.
Okay, that's a whole different video. We can do that, but at least they can ban it in the school. That itself helps. Okay.
I have my own issues with that, but we can table it for another video.
Second thing is that if there is a group of parents, I mean, this is an experience we did have where the other parents, the ones who were allowing, said, "Oh, I would love to ban it," right? So, I mean, you just have to convince a significant fraction of them. So, if then there are one or two parents who are still allowing it, then they are the outliers.
In an idealistic world, yes, I think this would work.
Yeah.
If everyone decided to ban it.
Right.
But I do believe that as people get older, I would like to say that they get more mature, they understand this more, and then usage of Instagram should be more responsible for your own sake. Like, as I mentioned, there's communication, there's posting for your friends, there's learning, there's posting your hobbies, and even using it as a portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, in our Why Do WhatsApp Uncles Exist, we talked about how this is such an important part of being part of the community. Even old people need it, so the young people definitely need it, right? The only thing is that there is a danger of doom scrolling, which is addictive.
Yeah, and using technology can at least curb it to some degree.
Alright, so overall I think I would summarize it as a parent, I think I'm justified in having some restrictions in place for younger children, but then as they grow up I have to learn to let go and at least just sort of teach them, let them know about responsible use, hope they use it responsibly, know that once in a while they will slip up, they'll make mistakes, but then maybe that's the way they learn to be independent. Otherwise, they're just going to be on parents' crutches for the rest of your life. So, thanks.
I think so. I think they were never strict parents to begin with.
Okay, but I think this does bring up an important point, which is that there is always going to be this friction between children and parents, and as we talked about in our Embracing Change video, this friction is necessary, right? I mean, the young people have to rebel against the parents and the parents have to try to help them, and that tug of war is actually what leads to good outcomes. So,
and if you want to see more of this, I think you should like, subscribe, share, and also join the WhatsApp community. Link, QR. Shrikant, it is almost the end of June. Why are there water cuts in the city?
Because the monsoon is late.
Why is the monsoon late?
El Nino.
El Nino, right? So who is this El Nino? Why is he causing water cuts here? And why can't the Indian Meteorological Department predict this in advance so that we are saved nasty surprises like this?
Okay, all of these are questions I have also had.
Yeah.
But the only El Nino I know is a footballer named Fernando Torres.
Yeah.
But I know El Nino is a weather phenomenon.
Yeah.
What is it?
You know, when a footballer flaps his wings in Brazil, it reduces rainfall in India.
Butterfly, because when a footballer flaps his wings, Real Madrid and Barcelona get.
So this is the butterfly effect, and things happening near South America can change global weather, right?
Yeah.
But before I explain El Nino's effect on the Indian monsoon, I have to explain the basics of monsoon and rain. Okay. So let's look at this map.
Okay.
This here is India, and below it is the Indian Ocean, right?
Yes.
If you take a look at this whole region, there is this large landmass in the north and a large ocean below.
Yes.
Now, the large landmass heats up in summer, and that causes the air there to go up. Okay. The Indian Ocean, which has a bunch of moisture-laden air right there, that air gets sucked towards the landmass. Okay. So basically, air is now getting pushed towards India. Okay. This moisture-laden air hits the mountains in India. On the left side, the Sahyadris, and from the right side, it is hitting the Himalayas and the Tibetan flat.
Correct. That's what I remember from geography.
Correct. And so this air rises up, it cools down, and we get rainfall.
Correct.
Alright, this is the first thing.
Yeah.
The second thing you need to understand is something called trade winds. Okay. Now you must have heard this in school geography, but the basic idea is that because of the Earth's rotation, there are permanent winds blowing in certain areas of the globe.
Okay.
So here, if you see, this here in the middle is the equator,
Right.
and then you see the two tropics. Okay. Now, air is permanently blowing from the tropics towards the equator.
Okay.
And this happens in both hemispheres.
Okay.
And for historical reasons, they are called trade winds.
Okay.
That is not important. Just remember that there are trade winds blowing like this, and because of the Earth's rotation and the Coriolis effect, this is the direction. They're not going straight towards the equator. They are basically going westward.
Yeah, east to west.
Okay. Alright. Now I'm just switching the view to a view of the Pacific. Okay, because that part is important.
Okay.
Alright? So what is happening is that this air is blowing east to west, and it is dragging water along with it. Okay. Now the water on the surface of the ocean is warm because of the sun, whereas the layers below are cold.
Correct.
What happens as a result is that this warm surface water gets pushed to the west near Australia and Indonesia.
Okay.
But also, if the water on the east, which is near South America, if that water at the surface is going away, then the water from below comes up. Correct. So what you end up with is a situation where in the west, you get warm water buildup, and in the east, you get cold water coming from below. Okay. By the way, the water below, there are nutrients at the lower layers, and nutrient-rich water comes up. As a result, there are lots of fish. Okay,
right.
So in a normal year, what happens is that warm water is building up towards the west,
the Australia and Indonesia side.
Right. And this is during the southern hemisphere summer.
Right.
Okay? So around December. And there are lots of fish building up and cold water on the east towards South America.
Right. It is very weird because we've always considered America as the west, and now to suddenly think of America as the east is taking me a little bit of adjustment.
Yeah.
Probably for you as well, but look at the map and you'll understand what he's referring to.
So this is clear, right? The two things we talked about is why during the Indian summer we get rain because of moisture-laden air coming in from the Indian Ocean, and why during the southern hemisphere summer warm water is building up on the west of the Pacific Ocean and fish are building up on the east.
Makes sense. Absolute sense. Yes.
In fact, what happens is that the water buildup on the west of the Pacific, that keeps accumulating. Every year, the buildup increases a little bit. As a result, there is a temperature gradient, right? On the west, there is more and more warm water at slightly higher temperature, and on the east, there is more and more cold water, so lower temperature.
Correct.
And as a result, the air on the west keeps rising up, and then air from the east rushes in to meet it, right?
Right.
And this is also, I mean, there is also the trade winds going on here, right? So the trade winds are pushing and keeping the warm water on the west.
Correct. So air is flowing from cold to warm. It is pushing the water towards the warm, and at the same time, there are trade winds also pushing the water.
Correct. And that is what is keeping the warm water there, right? Otherwise, according to physics, if there is warm water on one side and cold on the other, they should mix and it should equalize. That doesn't happen because the wind is keeping things that way. Now imagine that for some random reason, completely unrelated reason, the wind dies down a little bit. The wind reduces.
Okay.
Now what happens is that all the water that was warm water that was collected on this side and is being kept here by the wind, that gets a chance to flow a little to the east.
Yeah.
Okay. So as soon as that happens, notice that the temperature gradient is going to reduce a little bit because some warm water has flowed towards the cold. So the warmth on the west has reduced and the cold on the right has reduced.
Right.
Now, as a result of this, because the temperature gradient has reduced, the wind blowing reduces.
Right. Feedback. Yes.
Right. Now, wind blowing reduces. Because of that, more warm water is able to rush to the east. Because of that, the wind temperature gradient reduces further. Because of that, the wind dies down further, and you get into a cycle.
Yes.
Okay. And this cycle, what happens is that basically more and more warm water rushes and pretty much dissipates out into the ocean and towards the poles and all of that.
Correct.
This is called El Nino.
Oh.
Because of some random reason, the wind reduced once, and that set up a feedback loop, because of which warm water which had built up on the west of the Pacific, which is normal every year and needed for the global rainfall, that rushes to the east and then it dissipates, temperature gradient goes down, winds go down, and the weather pattern all over the world changes.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask about how exactly that change propagates, but why would the trade winds get weaker in the first place randomly?
Right. So this is where the butterfly effect comes into play. Right. Basically, from chaos theory, we know that minor small perturbations in the initial conditions can lead to very large differences in the final output if there is a feedback loop going on.
I mean, we kind of talk about it when we talk about atomic habits and compounding in a sense.
Exactly.
But yeah, the principle remains the same.
Right. And also because, if two people start off with slightly different amount of money and compound over 40 years, one will be rich and the other will not be.
Yeah.
Right? So similar concept, right?
Fair.
So it doesn't matter what. If the world is complex, physics is complex, the weather is complex, for whatever reason, wind has to just reduce once a little bit, and then that feedback loop gets started, and you get El Nino, right?
Yeah, so that is the reason why it's called a butterfly flapping its wings in the Pacific Ocean, which is like a very small perturbation.
Yeah.
Causes major havoc in the Indian Ocean.
Right, correct. And this should also explain why we can't predict it, right?
Yeah.
Because the beginning of it is random. Okay? The only other thing is that for this to work, the temperature gradient has to be set up in the first place, right? So if there is no temperature gradient, you will not get El Nino, right? Correct. Which is why you don't get 2 El Ninos 2 years in a row. Correct. But once the temperature gradient is set up, whether you get El Nino or not completely depends on random conditions, which is why it just randomly happens every 2 to 7 years. You never know.
I mean, the butterfly can decide not to flap its wings.
Correct.
So, yeah, or the footballer can decide not to flap its wings.
Right.
So, okay. Okay, now let's get back to the question of how this propagates. Because this is happening in the Pacific Ocean. India is separated from the Pacific Ocean by the Indonesia-Australia landmass that you spoke about.
Correct. Yeah. So to explain that, let me switch back to the other map. Okay. So here, this is the Pacific region that we just talked about, and this part here is the west of the Pacific, where air is building up, warm air, and it is rising up. Correct. Okay. Now let us remind ourselves of what's happening in the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean, air is going from the ocean towards India, and by the time it reaches the Tibetan Plateau, it is again rising up. Okay. So this red region is where Indian air is rising up, and this blue region is where the Pacific air is rising. Okay. You can see basically what's happening. You can imagine two columns going up together like this, and they are helping each other. Right. And just to make sure we understand what is happening, this air that is going up near the west of the Pacific is going to push the air above it away. Correct, right? So that air goes back all the way across the Pacific, and it descends down on the east near Peru and Ecuador, near South America. Okay, so it's a cycle like this. Same thing is happening in the Indian Ocean, where this air that went up is going to push the air above, and it comes all the way back here, and it descends somewhere in the lower part of the Indian Ocean. Okay, this is what is going on. Now, let's see what happens in an El Nino year,
which is when the winds have dissipated and the air is no longer forming that column.
But that is not accurate. Okay? What is accurate is that in a normal year, the air column rising would have been here, which is where all the warm water is collected. But because the wind died down and El Nino caused water to rush, right? Before the water has dissipated, what happens is that you get warm water here
in the middle. Okay,
in the middle. Okay. As a result, what is happening is that there is warm air rising up here. Okay. And as before, there is this warm air rising here, and there is a gap in the middle. Oh. Now imagine, right? Earlier, you had two columns of air both right next to each other, rising together, helping each other. Right? Now they are farther apart with a gap in the middle. There are two columns of air rising like this. What will happen in the middle?
I generally don't know.
Oh, earlier we said two columns next to each other rising like this, so they get pushed out.
Yeah.
Now instead, two columns far away rising like this, gap in the middle. So some of the air gets pushed in the middle, and it descends in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Now think of what is happening. Okay. Now this air column is rising. This is about India. This air column is rising, and now there's an air column falling here. What do you think? One rising and one falling column do each other?
Cancel each other out?
They don't completely cancel, but at least this rising slows down. Fair. Which is why in an El Nino year, an Indian monsoon weakens, because now the air which is coming in from the Indian Ocean isn't rising as far.
Wow, okay.
Right? Which is why we get a weak monsoon in India when there's an El Nino.
Right. I think the major confusion or the major frustration for people stems from the understanding, or rather the belief, that South America is so far away, whereas it is only far away because we see the world in a certain kind of map which puts it far away.
Yeah.
The fact is, if you cross over to the other side, they're practically one step away neighbors.
Yeah.
Which now makes it clear that anything that happening in South America is just one landmass away from affecting India.
Yes. And not just that, it's the air is rising over the landmass. It crosses the ocean and starts rising when it reaches the landmass. So it's the same landmass in some sense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So that means in an El Nino year, India will have droughts.
Not so fast. Okay, everything about the weather is complicated.
Yeah.
Problem is that this is not the only thing affecting the Indian monsoon. Okay. There is one other important thing I want to mention, which is called the Indian Ocean Diet.
Okay. I've heard of magnetic and electric dipoles. The Indian Ocean as a dipole.
So, here is the Indian Ocean.
Yes.
Okay. And the same trade winds are pushing air in this direction.
So yeah, what about the trade winds? They still exist.
Yeah. So, as a result of that, what happens is that warm water collects on this side and cold water collects on this side.
Okay.
This is called the Indian Ocean dipole. So, this dipole sets up a temperature gradient. Because of that, extra wind blows. Because of that, more moisture gets pulled up. Because of that, a stronger monsoon comes into India.
Yeah, I've heard this before. Just
Yeah.
a little while before. Whatever is happening in the Pacific Ocean seems to also be happening in the Indian Ocean.
Very well said. Because whatever happens in El Nino, something similar happens even here, right? Oh, for some reason the wind dies down. Because of that, the warm water rushes here and the whole thing, dissipates and so on, right? So again, completely randomly, for random reasons, you can get a situation where there is no dipole in the Indian Ocean.
Right.
Sometimes it can be worse. You can get a dipole which is reversed.
Oh, cold water on the left, which is basically the western coast of the Indian Ocean,
Right.
and warm water on the right, which is the Indian coast.
So that's called a negative dipole, by the way. And in a negative dipole, that will weaken the monsoon winds. You get a weaker monsoon.
Why don't we call it Chota Bacha, man? We should call it the Chota Bacha phenomenon.
Now, this is what you have to remember. Okay, these two are random phenomena, El Nino and the dipole reversal, right? So they have their own cycles. It's not even a cycle. Randomly, some year you will get a positive dipole, negative dipole, El Nino. So if there is a year when there is an El Nino, but the Indian dipole is positive, so that kind of cancels the effect of El Nino a little bit. So positive dipole means better monsoon, El Nino means worse monsoon, so you end up with kind of average monsoon. If there is no El Nino and there is a positive dipole, then you get lots of rain. But you might be in a situation where there is an El Nino and a negative dipole, then
It happens to be 2026.
No. Right now we have a neutral dipole.
Okay.
But again, dipole is something that changes rapidly, can't be predicted. What the weather people are saying is that they are expecting to be a weak positive dipole in the coming months, right? If that happens, that might save the monsoon a little bit. Okay, so based on that, they are saying that we expect a monsoon of about 95% of normal, plus or minus 5%.
95% of monsoon is not bad when you think about it.
No, right? So 95% is the cutoff for below normal. Okay, below 90 is deficient. That is very bad. But even below 95 is not so good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that will affect our sabzi, dal, roti, chawal prices.
Absolutely. So the effect on the farmers and the economy, right? Because what happens is that in India, say in Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, the farmers depend on irrigation. For them, it doesn't matter so much, right? Irrigation is affected only a little bit. But rest of the country, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Telangana, all of those guys, they are primarily dependent on rivers and rain-fed farming, right? Those guys can be in trouble, and they have to worry about a lot of things. If monsoon gets delayed, their sowing should be delayed. If they sow too early and then monsoon doesn't come in time, then the seeds get wasted. And that, by the way, can be about 30 to 100% of their profit of the whole year if one set of seeds get wasted.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and even if they get it all correct, you might still have a situation where the rainfall is not enough, so the plants, whatever farms will not grow as much, so yield will be lower. Or you can have a situation where the rainfall, which is a little weak, right? You end up with dry spells in the middle, and if you get a dry spell at the wrong time, again your yield goes down. So what you have is that overall yield is likely to go down, farming yield. Because of that, food prices are likely to go up. Because of that, overall inflation is likely to go up. Lower income for farmers means lower rural demand for all goods in India, right? And government having to give support to farmers and subsidies and all. Right? So generally it means not in India.
I mean, this is a very different kind of butterfly effect that is happening in the economy, but it is happening. It is going to happen in the economy too. Now the entire concept of giving subsidies to farmers and tax breaks to them kind of makes sense when you put it in this perspective. India being an agrarian country, even more so, it makes sense. But man, I was going to ask you, why can't the weather department predict all of this happening? And then I realized, well, you don't know when a butterfly will happen. Wait.
Exactly. And in general, weather prediction is hard. Within that, tropical weather prediction, which is for countries which have monsoon, is even harder than it is for other countries. And then within that, predicting whether the dipole is going to shift and whether El Nino is going to show up this year or not is just close to impossible. Right?
Instantly, why is it called El Nino?
Well, so the first time they noticed this was fishermen in Peru, Ecuador, etc. Right? They used to get like nice cold water and lots of fish. And then suddenly some years they realized that there is like a warm water coming here, and because of that we are not getting fish. Right? So they called it the child of Christmas because this starts around the summer of the southern hemisphere. So around December, they first noticed this child of Christmas, El Nino de Navidad, they shortened to El Nino, the child.
So El Nino, that is the child of Christmas, El Nino de Navidad. Alright, I did come there expecting to get a geography lesson and understand it, but once again,
I'll give you one more lesson, right? Because of this, the amount of water in our dams will be low, and next summer it will be even less, which means we are likely to get water cuts next year. So, we learn to use less water.
Yeah, use less water as much as possible. And we are actually having water cuts right now. Hopefully, by the time you're watching this, that problem will have kind of reduced a little bit. But to reduce it, you will have to do your part, we will have to do our part. One part which is worth explaining why the water cuts are happening right now.
Also, the more future IQ you watch, the less water you will consume. So just sit in front of the computer and watch future IQ all the time.
Do that. Watch more episodes. We have another interesting episode on the geography of this exact area we're speaking about and how that contributed to India's population. Yeah, go check that out. Sultan, Navi, Chennai.
On October 27th, 2021, one of the most famous actresses in Chinese history was erased from the internet in a single evening. Zhao Wei starred in My Fair Princess, the late 1990s costume drama that became one of the most watched television series in modern Chinese history. She played Mulan in China's 2009 version. She was a Fendi China brand ambassador, a director, a billionaire investor, the second largest shareholder in Alibaba Pictures. Then, Tencent Video and iQIYI removed every film and series she had appeared in. Movie databases stripped her name. Her Weibo super topic deleted. No reason was given. A 25-year career, including a national childhood touchstone, simply absent from the visible internet by Friday morning. And she wasn't alone. Fan Bingbing, the most famous actress in China during the 2010s, vanished for 4 months in 2018, reappearing with an 883 million yuan tax bill. Zhong Shuang, an actress whose surrogacy scandal became a national morality flashpoint, was fined 299 million yuan. The triggers differ. The shape underneath doesn't move. Each time, someone who functioned as a template for what a successful Chinese life could look like gets removed from the visible record. The next 19-year-old who would have wanted to be them grows up without them. That's not punishment, that's editing which futures a generation is able to imagine. On October 27th,
There we go.
Spider-Man, brand new day from Sony Pictures in tandem with Walt Disney Company and Marvel Studios has broken down all the doors this weekend, not only at the domestic box office, but around the entire globe, pulling in roughly $1 billion in its opening weekend. This thing has exceeded everybody's expectations, even on the wildest of high ends. And that wild card didn't just come from China, as I projected a few days ago, but from around the entire planet of Earth. Let's do this.
Star Trek or the launch Stranger Things, and he Well, greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to this special live stream of our Spider-Man Brand New Day open spoiler discussion. In case the title didn't give it away, this is going to be a full spoiler-filled open discussion about Spider-Man Brand New Day. So if you've not seen Spider-Man Brand New Day, just add this video to your favorites list and come back to it after you have seen it. But according to the $927 million it made worldwide just on its opening weekend alone, I'm going to guess that most of you guys have. And that's what we are here to talk about today. We're going to talk about, most of us going to be taking your live comments and questions. Listen, guys, I do have the super chat still open, but we have hundreds of questions and topics already submitted by you guys. So I'm only going to leave the super chats open probably for another 20 minutes or so. Then I'm going to have to shut it down or else I'm going to be here all night. But yeah, go ahead and do that. Now, the way I normally $2 million do open spoiler discussions is I'll usually take the first 45 minutes to talk about all my spoilery thoughts. I'm going to take about 5 or 10 because I think most of my spoilery thoughts will come out as we go through your questions, so I won't do much of that. So let's talk about Spider-Man Brand New Day. And I'm going to do something I normally don't do, which is I want to start off with the things I did not like. Now, just so you know in general, if you guys saw my Out of the Theater review, you saw me talking about it on the John Campbell Show, I love this movie. I think it is the best Tom Holland era Spider-Man film, and I love all of the Tom Holland era Spider-Man films. So I'm gonna go start with the things I don't like, right? Because I think I'm going to be spending the next 3 hours gushing about all the things I do love. So I'm also just get a couple things I don't like out of the way. There's one or two little things, and there's one massive thing. One massive thing I don't like. And a couple of little nitpicky things. All right. Little nitpicky thing number one. While I understand that Jean had a very good reason and motivation, and hey, let's not forget that in the movie, Jean is a kid, right? She's a kid who has lost her family, because they didn't say mutant in the movie, but her mother rejected her and her sister because she's a mutant. And now all she's on her own with nothing but her sister, and then she violently watched her sister torn away from her, and then hearing through telepathy and stuff like that, a psychic call from her sister desperate for her. I understand all of that, and I think all of those are mitigating things. But we can't just turn a blind eye to the fact that Jean did do some pretty horrible things. Now, granted, when she broke into the safe and, to get the main guy, to get Milner and his lackeys, she did have Punisher just shoot the guys in the legs. Granted. But I mean, there was that one scene where she had the old guy walk into traffic. I don't know if that guy lived or not. I don't know if that guy lived. So listen, I get it. She was a kid under extreme trauma who was doing nothing but trying to rescue her sister from this giant, what she perceives to be very, very evil organization. But at the same time, Peter did seem to let a few pretty major things she did slide, not the least of which was having the old man walking in traffic. So, I mean, that's something, again, it's mitigated, I agree, but that's a little thing. The second thing that bothered me, and it bothered me even more the second time I saw the movie, was the thing with Dr. Banner. They take away Dr. Banner, and it says in the news report that they've taken him to a psych hospital, and they're holding him. Well, Spider-Man is a hero of the city. Even the police rely on Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the city's guy. Wouldn't one word from Spider-Man saying, oh, hey, there's been a mind jumper assaulting and attacking the DOD. They also went after Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner got himself back under control. Well, wouldn't one word from Spider-Man fix that whole situation? Instead of, oh, Banner's now held in custody. And it's like, well, then you have to take everybody in the DOD into custody. Again, I would get it if Spider-Man was still being portrayed like he is in some other Spider-Man movies, as like the public doesn't know whether to like him or to trust him. The police look at Spider-Man suspiciously. But in this movie and in this world, the city loves him. The police love him. The fire department love him. Everybody loves him and everybody trusts him. All he had to say was, hey, that mind hopper that's been attacked, he attacked Dr. Banner's a victim. He's a victim. And would that fix that? Again, small thing, but I've seen the movie twice now. And both times I've seen it, it's kind of bothered me. So that's two things. But there is one major issue I have with Spider-Man Brand New Day. And remember, I love this movie. It's my favorite Tom Holland era Spider-Man film. Love to death. Gonna see it at least 4 or 5 more times in theaters. But this is one big problem, okay? I do not like it when movies present an impossible scenario solved effortlessly. An impossible scenario solved effortlessly. To quote Pitch Meeting, that's going to be a big problem. Barely an inconvenience. And to me, what Spider-Man Brand New Day is guilty of doing that is had in 5 seconds, with nothing more than a Windows PC and a 3D printer, Peter Parker solved the mutation. Like that. Hey, Dr. Banner, you think I can make a doohickey that just turns off everybody's powers? Oh, yeah, sure, I guess you could do that. Cool. Click, click, click. Done. I have it. Yay! I can turn off anybody's powers, and I can shut down mutants, and I can do all that, and I did it in 5 minutes. No problem at all. Barely an inconvenience. That was stupid. Okay, and listen, and I'm saying this about a movie I desperately love. That was stupid. That was stupid. All right? Reed Richards couldn't do that in 5 minutes.
He didn't have good for the audience.
Black Panther's sister, who Kevin Feige says is the smartest person in the MCU, couldn't do that in 5 minutes. Tony Stark couldn't do that in 5 minutes. Like, why didn't they just do that before? Why didn't they? You don't think for a minute that Nick Fury, the moment he created S.H.I.E.L.D., and the moment he knew there were going to be some people they were going to face up against that had superpowers, you don't think that Nick Fury didn't have the smartest people on the planet trying to work on writing a device to just shut off somebody's superpower? Sentry! Oh no, Sentry can destroy the world! Sentry's all powerful! No problem! 3D printer! Print! Click! No more powers! You don't think Nick Fury would have been working on something like that? So yeah, I found that to be an absolutely stupid, ridiculous, even by comic book movie logic, because comic book movies do ask us, understandably so, to suspend a certain degree of disbelief and adopt the logic framework of that universe, not the logic framework of our regular world. But all I ask is that movies adhere to their own world's framework of logic. And that was not logical at all. Why didn't Peter just cure cancer? Like seriously, why didn't Peter just cure cancer? I mean, apparently Peter Parker can do anything, right? He can do anything. The idea that he was able to go back to his house and think, I'll just come up with a way to turn off everybody's powers and I can do that in 5 seconds. That was stupid. And here's the thing, guys. It breaks the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. It breaks the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because there is now no supernatural threat other than Alien. Earthbound threat, they said, just make one of those and figure out a way to slap it on his foot or something. Like, it's way too easy of a MacGuffin. It's way too easy of a fix. And I think it was a lazy way out. Now remember, I love this movie desperately, but because I love it, I'm going to be hard on it where I think it went wrong. And just having come up with a little thing like that, it's like, this can just turn off all mutants' powers. Not just mutants' powers, it can turn off anybody's powers who has superpowers for any reason whatsoever. Dr. Banner hit with gamma radiation? No problem, it'll fix it. Me being bitten by a radioactive spider? No problem, it fixed that too. Somebody born with a genetic mutation? No problem. It's a one-size-fits-all, like a t-shirt shot out of a cannon at a concert. One size fits all. No problem, and done in 5 minutes. It's stupid. I'm sorry guys, to all my fellow people who love this movie too, I'm sorry that was unforgivable. It's stupid. It does not ruin the movie. It doesn't ruin the movie at all. But that is one thing that was absolutely a terrible decision, incredibly lazy portion of story writing, and it potentially breaks the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, yeah, it was ridiculous. It's a totally terrible thing this movie did. And I'm going so hard on it because I don't have much else negative to say about this movie. I have, other than Spider-Man should have spoke up when they were taking away Dr. Banner, and maybe bring up the fact that Jean had an old guy walking in traffic. I mean, I got nothing but tiny, under the negative column, I've got nothing but tiny little nitpicks, other than that one thing. Peter Parker being able to do what the entire world of scientists couldn't do in 5 minutes at his home computer with a 3D printer was stupid. That was a stupid thing to do. And they're going to have to figure out a way to walk this back, because now every time there's any threat in a Marvel movie, it's like, well, why not just get one of Peter's inhibitors? Because I'm sorry, if a 25, 26, 27-year-old guy can do it, the League of the World's Most Intelligent Scientists will be able to do it too. So yeah, it's absolutely stupid. All right. That being said, I love this movie. I love this movie so much. I couldn't go to watch it a second time fast enough. I absolutely planned, and I were going to go again last night. We were going to go watch it again last night at 12:30 a.m. because there were just a couple of seats left in the AMC XL theater. But by the time 12:30 hit, we were both so tired we just went to bed. But I am going to see this movie like 5 or 6 more times. So, yeah, movie was brilliant, and those are my little nitpicks. All right, guys. With that down, let's do what we are here to do, which is to take your thoughts, theories, opinions, observations, points of view, and questions about Spider-Man brand new day. And again, I'm gonna turn on super chats in about 5 minutes. So if you do have a question, comment, thought, whatever, fire me quickly because I'm gonna. All right. Let's go. And by the way, any of you guys in there saying, "Oh, that's a ridiculous nitpick." I'm sorry, I can't take you seriously. Like you're not a serious person. If you don't think that within the framework of Marvel Cinematic Universe logic, just a young guy in having an idea 1 minute and then 5 minutes later coming up with a device that can turn off everybody's superpowers, and you don't see that fundamentally as a narrative problem for your entire cinematic universe, I just can't take you seriously. I just can't. You're not a serious person. You're someone who's not willing to look at things like straight. I mean, that is, I'm telling you this as somebody who loves this movie. I love this movie. But that was the one thing this movie gets now. And if you can't see that, and you just want to write it off as being a nitpick, I don't know how to help you. I really don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Anyway,
Fine then.
with that down, guys, let's get into your questions here, shall we? And we're going to start off with, who's first up here? Gold Paolo? Yes, Gold Paolo is up first. Magneto's beating people up for the mutant inhibitor. Yeah, Magnus might have a little bit of a problem with that. I mean, depending on which Magnus we start with, but the first thing you do is you go after and you kill the people making mutant inhibitors. So that could be a problem for Peter in the future, if they ever bring it up again. Alright. Next up, Mike Hill writes, do we think MJ and Ned will ever get their memories back? I don't think so. Necklace, rooftop scene seems to tease they will. Now, the necklace doesn't tease anything. She had the necklace is still there. She doesn't know Peter gave it to her, and there was nothing implying that it did. Seems to tease they will, but it's unclear to make this. Yeah, I don't think they are. I think that problem in the movie gives meaning to the title of it, Brand New. I think Peter, with all his relationships, is starting from with a clean slate, a clean sheet of paper. It's rebuilding these relationships all again. It is. Because remember, the title Brand New Day doesn't really have anything else in the movie, right? Brand New Day has nothing to do with Punisher, has nothing to do with Hulk, has nothing to do with Jean Grey, has nothing to do with Department of Damage Control, has nothing to do with Peter and his mutation or anything like that. I think it's all just kind of re-emphasizing that, okay, he gets to start. And that's my guess. Is that he gets to start again. So I don't think, I thought the first time I saw the movie, when Ned at the end goes, Peter, like I thought at first, wait a minute, does that mean that Ned's remembering? But then it was 3C Films, I was chatting with Chris, 3C Films, and he reminded me, don't forget, that earlier in the movie, as Peter was leaving their apartment through the window, MJ called him Peter, and Ned went, wait, Spider-Man's name is Peter, so him going, Peter, that was probably more about him putting two and two together. So, yeah, I could be wrong, they could change this down the line, but I don't think they're going to have anybody get their memories back. I think it's him, it's a brand new day, rebuilding these relationships from scratch. At least that's what I think they're doing. Okay, next up, good question, Mike, we'll find out. Jake Tobin writes, love Brand New Day, it's my third favorite Spider-Man movie along with Across the Spider-Verse and Spider-Man 2. Yeah, it is my favorite of the Tom Holland era Spider-Man movies. I love all of them, but this is my favorite. I still think, they have to ask me again in 3 or 4 months once I've been able to marinate on it for longer. I still think Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 and the 2 Spider-Verse movies, I still think those are the 3 best Spider-Man movies ever made. But, again, ask me in a few months. Maybe I'll move Spider-Man Brand New Day up a couple notches. But even right away, I knew, as much as I love all the other 3 Spider-Man movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this was my favorite one in the MCU. This is my favorite one in the MCU. Alright, give me 1 second here, guys. I'm just going to turn off Super Chats because we have a lot. We have more than I'm going to be able to get through. Well, I'm going to endeavor to get through all of them. I got to turn them off right now. So let me now refine my spot.
of where I left off. And there are no questions. Okay, let's get back over to it here, shall we? She told me, like, do you think things happen here, or is the exchange just now manifesting? You know what? This is the $1 billion question. I think that's the $1 billion question. Because, okay, there's a couple different ways that you do this. One is that the general war. I mean, there have been spurts of mutation, right? Like there is just a few were born a decade or two earlier. Hence, we're now slightly, older than Gene is, Professor X, Magneto, stuff like that. They could be out there, but it hasn't really started to trigger yet. And maybe Gene is a part of that first generation of a wider trigger. Another option is, of course, that the events of Secret Wars may have something to do with it. I've always believed it would have something to do with Secret Wars, but I'm now starting to think
This
that
looks like the clearing that you spoke of. Her face flushed just looking at Destiny. I'll tell them to come teach her.
We're getting in Avengers Doomsday is a different Earth. It is not the 616. And maybe they'll stay with that. So I guess it, and it's just a guess, Yes, thousands of years ago, Ensabanor, aka Apocalypse, was born as the But that was a novel. Fast forward to the modern era, and maybe about 20 years ago.
Hello again.
More mutants.
Yes, kid. Forget the mess.
We're gonna get
My grandfather.
the generation of Professor Charles Xavier, Magneto, maybe
Mess never bothered me.
I can't stand it. How do you find anything?
Organized chaos.
Well,
And
I need
then
to
now
teach.
we're
I'm ready
getting
to
into a
learn.
more rapid
I found my grandfather's book,
advancement of mutation.
and I prepared
We have
targets.
a generation
Come.
of Gene's age,
Here,
Gene, Cyclops,
show me how an expert artist thinks and shoots. With your
that sort of
guidance,
thing.
maybe I too can become a master.
Angel, whatever.
Show me what you've got.
Are now starting to spurt up. So maybe that's like maybe up until now in the Marvel 616, mutation has been so rare that it's never been on anybody's radar. But now it's going to start to be on people's radar. And I'm sure that the events of New York with Jean Grey might be something that helps propel it. So I don't know, it's a great question. We'll have to see where they go with it. All right, Ishmael writes, hey John, the writing of this is top, which was something Marvel had disappointed lately, but when Peter opens up to MJ and exchange
All right.
response, that was
Aim and
a
you get behind your target. Shoot through,
that
not
was
at.
a great.
Thank you for the demonstration.
And like I can't remember exactly what it is. Gene
Did I prove myself a worthy sensei?
By the way,
You will do.
best acting Tom Holland
If your
has ever
skills
done.
as a teacher
in
are
the
half as
MCU.
good as your shooting,
Way better than.
I will be a master archer in no
Stop.
time.
Like way better. Than
I
that.
hope to prove
Best
worthy
acting
of
Tom
your
Holland
praise.
has ever
Could
done
be
in
the
the Marvel
goal.
Cinematic Universe
calm under pressure,
is that scene.
and
As
graceful
he
with
just starts to
confidence.
break down all the
I think
years
you make for a fine
of
teacher.
loneliness and pain and no hope.
It is
and
good
all
to
that
review
kind
the
of stuff.
basics.
And then
Although
he brings her
most
in,
targets
he
shoot
hugs
back.
him,
Who said
and
it was
then
your
those
shooting I was
few
testing?
words. That's
Nonetheless,
right.
I will happily receive your interaction. I was wondering, do you like being a samurai?
That was a
No one has asked me
great
that before.
scene.
Yes, I am proud of who I am.
Great
But
scene. It
I hope
had
my skills
so
will not
much
be needed one day.
shock
Peace
and
has
so
a high
much
price.
pain, and I just feel
Thank
so
you for
bad
your
for
listening,
Peter in
man.
that moment.
Keep up your practicing. And when the
Yeah,
seasons
man,
change,
it was
I will return to check on
beautifully
you.
done.
You see how good a shot I have become?
Why?
It is a shame I can't stay longer.
Like you said,
Peter misses Ned, and Peter misses MJ, and he misses his life, but he's a son. But it isn't until that movie on that scene on the top, and he absolutely breaks down, thinking that MJ remembers him, that we as the audience fully grasp the depth of his pain, the depth of his loneliness, the depths that he feels his loss. It's in that scene that it did it, and I thought it was done absolutely brilliant. I would argue a top 10
best Marvel Cinematic Universe moment ever. I would argue a top 10 MCU scene maybe ever. I just thought it was so emotionally powerful. So well done. Alright. Next up, we got AL who writes, maybe overthinking it, but I wonder if Spidey webbing up the helicopter in the crane was a callback to the Twin Towers teaser from the first movie. Al, I thought the exact same thing, and I think you're right. I think you and I are 100% right. You guys might remember, I touched on it in my documentary, Movie Trailers and Love Story. What the very first trailer that ever
Your stance is strong. You were paying attention.
Was a scene that wasn't going to be in the movie. They just did it just for a teaser trailer. Spider-Man stops some folks in a helicopter by tying them up in their helicopter in a web between the two towers. Well, then obviously 9/11 happened, and they decided we can't use this trailer anymore. I 100% agree with you. I think this was absolutely an homage to that original trailer that never got released. Like 100% agree. All right. Next up, we got Trevor, who writes, the scene of Frank and Spidey fighting a Hulk mind controlled by Jean Grey would have felt impossible not too long ago. Spidey at Sony, Jean was boxing Frank, sequestered on Netflix. Yeah, it was crazy. And by the way, can I just say, I know it'll come up, but I gotta say this. One of my favorite things about this movie is seeing the actual, real Hulk again. Not the Dr. Banner, Professor Hulk, Hawaiian shirt, family barbecue attending Hulk. Like when he first shows up, right? He's in the building. It's like, oh no, Jean's controlling Hulk, but it's Professor Hulk, whatever. But then the real Hulk comes out, and I'm like, I have been waiting years for this. I have been waiting years for the real Hulk to come back. And yeah, as me was saying in the live chat, when he then goes, no bird, no banner, only Hulk. I'm like, oh, I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry pure tears of joy, my friends, because Hulk is back. And I was afraid they might jobber him to Spider-Man. They did no such thing. Hulk bitches Spider-Man pretty good. The only reason Spider-Man lives is because he'll be dodging for a bit, and then Hulk lets him live. I'm sorry, Spider-Man rightfully says, Frank, this is above your pay grade, but it is also well above Spider-Man. Sentry is it. Sentry's it. That's it. Like, it's Sentry or World War Hulk. And so, I like the fact that Spider-Man was able to use his powers to, like, dodge and weave and, kind of stay in the fight for a minute. But at the end of the day, it's just Hulk getting his hands on him, and, like, easily could have killed him, but relented. And I love the way they handled Hulk. I love the way they handled it. It was, wow, chef's kiss. Thank you, Destin Daniel Britton, for bringing us back to Hulk. All right. Next up, NK writes, overall, I love the movie. I still don't know how I feel about Jean being the main villain, but I think it worked within the context of the film. Technically speaking, I would argue that while Jean was the main antagonist of the film, I don't think she's the film's villain. At the end of the day, the DOD was the villain, right? Like, Jean may have functionally been the antagonist throughout the film. But what we then come to learn is that the DOD is the villain. The DOD is what's behind all this. The DOD, through their actions, are what caused all of this. Right? And by the way, did anybody notice that, the name of the air conditioner was, I think, Verimax, and but the other letters were missing, so it said VMAX, right? What was Sadie Sink's character's name in Stranger Things? There's a little Stranger Things trivia for you. What was her name in Stranger Things?
My name was Rex.
I think that was a cool little call out tonight. I've seen some people think it was a call out in an homage to Star Trek because of Vader. If you know, you know. If you don't, you know. But I think it was more of a little wink and a little nod to her character character in Stranger Things. I mean, it might not have been either. Like, I might talk to Dustin Daniel Cretton sometimes and say, hey, so was the VMAX thing an homage to Star Trek or an homage to Stranger Things? And he looks at me like I'm stupid, which is probably how he would look at me. And it's like, what are you talking about? It just sounds like the name of an air conditioner. So I don't know. We'll find out. All right. Next up, we got Ishmael writes, I think the psychic bubble started breaking through everyone's blocked memories. I don't think so. From the spell, the handshake and MJ's tear don't seem accidental. No, the tear didn't have anything to do because, like, she didn't know where Peter was at that moment. I don't think that had anything to do with it. Plus, remember, the spell is mystical. Powers are not inherently mystical. You can make an argument about Scarlet Witch or magic or things like that. And yeah, those discussions can be had. But Jean Grey's powers are telepathic and telekinetic. I don't think telepathic can cancel out a spell. Now, we are talking supreme miracle logic. I mean, yet granted, maybe they can do everything they want. But no, again, I don't think that Jean Grey's telepathy and telekinetic freezing of people, I don't think that has anything. I don't think that has the ability to deconstruct the sorcerer's spell. Now, I could be wrong. But my guess is that I don't think it is. I don't think. Hence, it's a brand new. Peter gets to rebuild everything from scratch. That's my guess. I'm not going to die on that hill, but I'm saying that's my guess. My guess is that it did not start to break down that. But you're not alone in that theory, yes. All right, Kara Black writes, with Ned's Peter reaction at the very end, I wonder if he's just realizing he's Spider-Man. This is exactly it, Kara. This is exactly it. If he's just realizing he's Spider-Man since MJ called him Peter just before he left to try to save Jean, or if he actually remembers his best friend. I think it's pretty, even though I thought that at first, I think what you just put forward is clearly the answer. He put two and two together. The stranger after he just hung out with Spider-Man and heard MJ call him Peter, and now this stranger comes walking up to him and says, hey, I'm Peter Parker. Now, some people then talk about the handshake, all that. But I also forgot the first time I saw the film. It wasn't until I saw the film the second time that handshake. Remember when Peter's watching the videos of Ned through the years? In one of those videos is Ned doing that handshake with another guy. Right? So Ned, if that's a handshake Ned already does. So it's not like he was suddenly remembering the handshake. It's just, I think he was like kind of like this. I don't know this guy who's doing my handshake with me. And that's like Peter, like as in Spider-Man, right? So that's what I think what they were doing. That's what I think they were doing. Again, we will find out. But Kara, I think you are 100% right. I think you're 100% right. All right. Next up, Karen also writes, did you notice the Empire Strikes? Oh yeah, with the Snowwalkers, with the AT-ATs in the background. Did you notice the Empire Strikes Back is playing in the background at Ned's desk with MJ, Ron Spidey up to read him? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I will notice Star Wars in anything. By the way, can I just throw this? Because I only spent my opening time talking about my negatives, and I'm sure all my positives will come out during the Q&A part here, but can I just mention that I think my absolute favorite scene of this movie, and I thought it after the first viewing, and I think it even more after my second. My favorite scene of this movie is Ned and Peter and MJ just hanging out in the apartment, and Ned and Peter putting together, I think it was X-Wing Lego, putting together X-Wing Lego. And like even when Ned walks out of the room, Peter's like, I haven't had this much fun in years. Like there was something I could have been okay with the next 20 minutes of that movie just being the three of them hanging out in the apartment, joking around and having fun. I love that scene. It made my heart smile. That scene made my heart smile. I just loved it. It felt so cozy and so comfortable. Yeah, I just love that scene. That's my favorite scene. Anyway, thanks. But yes, Kara, I did notice that. Sam writes, do you think it was necessary to hide Jean Grey's identity in the trailers? No, I really don't think it was necessary.
Now, granted, to play devil's advocate for a second, both screenings I was at for this movie, when they read the name Jean something, I forget her middle name, but just Jean Grey. Granted, I could hear about 15 or 20 people in my theater go,
Koshiro,
right?
are you alright?
So that's like 15
What
or
happened?
20 people that
Just a spirited reunion
No,
with some
great.
former comrades.
What is it
And
with
had
you
no
and old
idea that
friends?
scene
Members of my former unit learned my role
I
in
think
fighting against
70%
the
They are
of the audience
still
who
loyal
didn't-
to the
like
Beishokan?
70% or
No, only
of
to
the audience who
themselves.
didn't see Spider-Man.
My old commander,
You know anything
Genzaburo,
about
is behind
They
me.
need to be stopped.
I wish I could join the fight.
Suspected that
There's
that
no
was
way.
Jean.
Genzaburo ordered his men to scatter.
Surprised some people.
I'll take care of them.
I knew I
Do
could
I
count
really
on
think it was worth hiding it? No. I like, it didn't have the same impact of, say, I don't think it was worth it. I don't think it was worth it. I think they easily could have made her a part of the marketing. But I don't think, let's put it this way, I don't think it hurt anything. I don't think it hurt anything. So, whatever. Necessary? No. Did it hurt to do it? Honestly, also no. So it's fine. Alright, thanks for that, man. Kara again writes and says, the fact that we've had a grand total of 9 live-action Spider-Man films, yet we haven't actually seen Black Cat once, is just wild to me. Maybe the 10th film will be the charm. The thing is, I remember me and John Schnepp had this conversation. The great King of Spaces. It's not like we've had 10 Spider-Man films and they've never gotten around to Black Cat. We haven't had more than 4 in any of the iterations, right? Black Cat's not really a character at all. And so I think eventually in Sam Raimi's universe, I think eventually they would have gotten around to Black Cat. I think in Andrew Garfield's iteration, eventually they would have gotten around to Black Cat. I don't know if Black Cat fits into the MCU version of Spider-Man. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm just saying I don't know if she does. Like, I can easily see Black Cat fitting into the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I can easily see Black Cat fitting in Garfield's Spider-Man. The way they structured her, I don't know that she's as good of a fit in the Tom Holland. But again, it's not like they just did 10 movies all in one universe and they never got around to her. It's just that none of the iterations have lasted long enough to get to a Black Cat. And remember, I think it was Sony was planning for years to do a Black Cat and Silver Sable crossover. Right? So, I don't know. Maybe we get her someday. Alright, Mason writes. It is my belief that the end credits imply Peter 2 or 3 is on the Fantastic Four ship. He's not. Sorry to spoil that. I just let you know he's not. Is on the Fantastic Four ship. Blink X number of times if I'm heading in the right direction. No. Look. When I was read in on all the events of those, which is now out, everybody can know it because it's out there. It's on there. So I don't know. But when I initially got read in on everything else, that was like over a year. And a lot of things can change. Right? Little details can change. But I will tell you that no, neither Toby nor Andrew are on the Fantastic Four ship. By the way, I thought the end credits scene was perfect. Like, really, you made everybody sit around in the theater through all the credits just to get them back. Now remember, the way the Spidey app works is that people see Spider-Man and report it on the Spidey app. Who has seen Spidey in those things? I don't know. But no, to the best of my knowledge, neither of them are. So I don't really know what it is that Mason writes, he's fine. Like 3 times. Yes, unfortunately, no. Not Alright, next up, Raven writes, another Star Trek. It's not first we've got this. Another Star Trek is similar to Peter. Revealed the first Star Trek movie and the signature sign-off, the ending from Star Trek. I wouldn't say that the sign-off and ending was any sort of homage to Star Trek 4. I think they just copied what they did in Star Trek.
I get it. You're not the first person I've heard of the possible connection. I think it was much more of a connection as an homage to Jean Grey, to Sadie Sink's role and character in Stranger Things. I think it was just a little wink to Stranger Things fans, which is the only thing anybody knows Sadie Sink from. So that's my guess. Now, again, if I ever talk to Destiny Breton and beg him to do Shang-Chi 2, he may very well say, oh, you're right, John, it was absolutely a nod to this. Or, no, the theory about it being a connection to Star Trek is right. Or he may say, nah, which is the name we came up with for everything. Who knows? We'll find out soon. All right, thanks for that, Raymond. Thanks, Raymond also writes, in the end credits, I don't know what SSG Entertainment is mentioned as a partner. I wish Sony would have used the financial company's opening credit at the film's intro, since everybody now knows the launcher is a success. Except not every single company that just like that's something financial, whatever. You don't put all of it. Otherwise, you did, because a lot of companies and a lot of financiers get involved in the opening behind 4 minutes. So they never normally do that. But yes, now everybody knows that little TSG intro with the stone-looking Greek figure pulling the arrow and shooting it through the... Yeah, that's an homage to Odysseus. 100% it is. Well done. All right. Nice Neptune, friends. I love the way they built up the Hulk scene. Peter telling Frank using a bigger gun will like tickle Hulk, or this is way above Frank's pay grade. Agree. Like, Peter understands the magnitude of the situation. And I think Peter also understands he's not going to prevail in Frank is. And there's just the way it's like, look, bigger gun wouldn't mean anything. Frank, this is way above the pay grade, but it's also way above Spider-Man. I love the awareness of that. By the way, time for me to drop another thing that I love about this one. I had my doubts that the on-screen relationship and chemistry between
Nothing seems amiss here. No pirates. I'll look around just in case.
I also didn't think Frank would be in the movie as much as he was. I thought the movie about as much
Another day comes.
which was about this. But I love the relationship between them. But you know what I loved even more? And I found out on my video card?
Go away!
I watched the Disney Plus one-shot special Frank and MJ episode. Like 45-minute video, the special presentations, that's what they do.
The fish?
I was not prepared for how much I would love the instant chemistry between MJ and Frank. I love their dynamic. I love it. Even like just away both of them at the end. I don't see why you like her. And he leaves and she's like, I like her. I like the well, I love their dynamic. I will watch a 45-minute episode just with them. Alright. Let's see, next up, Sam Fisher writes, 1 of 3, I really enjoyed this movie. One of my favorite things about it is it feels like the most like reading a comic I've experienced. And it took me reading the big bombastic crossovers or that series, or even the iconic storylines that were to the public. This felt like reading a simple 6-issue storyline, one that pops up in the middle of a 7-issue between iconic storyline A and iconic storyline B in the best possible way. I can't say that I felt the same thing, Sam, when I watched it.
Who threw those weapons into the sea?
Like that, I can totally see. I mean, like, again, I didn't feel that myself watching it, but now we read it and phrase it like that, yeah, it really kind of does, doesn't it? And let's make no mistake, there are major things that happen in this movie, particularly in the evolution of Spider-Man. Like, Spider-Man's own inherent powers have changed, evolved, and developed. That's a major significant thing. Having our first real introduction, Deadpool Wolverine notwithstanding, having our first real introduction to our commonly known X-Men characters like the Jean Grey popping up. Significant. Yes, we did have the reference of mutation to Kamala Khan and the iconic X-Men music. Yes, but this was a different level of that. So there are several major things that happen in this movie, but it really just does feel like a wonderful in-between story that also just happens to be the best well-told one they've done so far. And yeah, again, I didn't feel that when I watched it, but I do really appreciate the way it impacted you and the way you described it here. All right, next up, Joe Adonis T-Rex. That MJ Peter rooftop scene got me teary-eyed. Again, I'm sure it's going to come up many times in this live stream. But dear heavens, that scene on the roof. Again, I don't think there's anything that even comes close. That it is the best acting that Tom Holland has ever had to do in the Spider-Man movies. That is so emotionally deep and so emotionally true and so emotionally moving when you actually see the depth of his loneliness in the end. Like, it wasn't, to me, it's not just that Peter broke out crying. It's that up until that point, it's like we're seeing, oh, Peter's kind of lonely. Yeah, Peter's living kind of isolated. Oh, look, he's watching Ned's news and he clearly misses MJ and Ned. But that moment when he thought MJ was, when he thought MJ remembered him, and he thought he just got back something that he had lost. And it overwhelmed him so much that he completely breaks down. It wasn't until that moment that we, as the audience, really got to understand a little bit of the scope of his loneliness and the scope of his pain. And again, I just think it's a terrific scene. All right, next up, Car Shreds. Tom Holland, Sadie Sink, and John Bernthal, pretty unbelievable performance. They truly brought the best out of each other in this movie. You have me seeing Baby Goosebumps. What a great line that was. Perfectly timed too. As they're sitting there in his mind, and she's like, I've got COVID.
I'll bring you back.
Peter, you can recover along with this. I've got COVID. And that's the way he says, that was great. That was really great. By the way, again, I pointed this out in the John Campbell show, and I pointed out the Tom Holland, Sadie Sink, or well, at least not Sadie Sink, but Tom Holland, Zendaya, John Campbell. Tom Holland, Zendaya, John Campbell. It is the first time in Hollywood history that the number 1 and number 2 points to the box office start the same movie. As Spider-Man Odyssey comes in at number 1, Odyssey at number 2 made another actually cost $900 million already. And both films star John Bernthal, Zendaya. Never happened before this. This is truly their world right now. We are just fully in it. By the way, if we're on the John Campbell show, we're going to talk about all the historic numbers that happened this weekend. Not just with Spider-Man, but also with the Odyssey. And also about both of them together. A little foreshadowing. Spider-Man and Odyssey combined made for the biggest weekend in the history of the world. The biggest overall weekend of the box office ever in Hollywood with Spider-Man and Odyssey's weekend. We're going to talk more about that when we go into the numbers. Alright. Next up, Super Saiyan Rants. John watched it twice in Dolby and Screen X. Loved the film. John Bernthal was so good. They kept the character in the PG-13 as well as possible. So fun. Listen, I think one of the questions that he was right going into it. We just saw in Punisher one last year. How do you do that Punisher in a moderate family-friendly Spider-Man without undermining the nature of Frank's character? And somehow, some way, I think they did it. Like, even the beginning scene that's in one of the trailers, when he's like, and Spider-Man puts the webs on his mouth. Perfect way to handle it. And listen, it was Frank's number 1 option is always shoot whoever he is in the face. That's his, and they kept that. Like, again, it was not an easy task to figure out how to bring Frank into a moderately family-friendly Spider-Man movie and not make him feel like a betrayal of the Frank character,
And it wasn't the full-blown Frank, but I think they found a way to balance it really nice, and I thought it felt great. I loved Frank in this movie. All right, next up. Abraham Ruiz writes, Peter becoming the Oppenheimer for future MCU mutants with the inhibitors was not on my bingo card. Again, I think that's a major problem. I will not be surprised if it's never brought up again. Because otherwise that breaks the MCU. It literally breaks the MCU. All any government official has to do now is mass produce those things, slap them on the individual powers. It's the same thing I didn't really like about the collars that they used in old X-Men movies. Like, that seems like so strange. But yeah, I don't think that's ever going to... I honestly don't think they will ever mention it again. I don't think they will ever do that. Alright. Abraham also writes it. Also, your ex may forget you, but your bros are for life. Again, I do not think Ned remembered. The handshake was one he already did in his regular life, and I think he just put two and two together that this is the Peter that MJ, when MJ called Spider-Man Peter, I think is that when he put it together. So I don't think it was... Now again, he may get to Spider-Man 5 and find out they did get all their memories back. Totally fair. Until that happens, though, my guess is, and it's just a fan guess, my guess is no, they did not remember. There was absolutely nothing that indicated that Ned remembered. And no reason, nothing happened to turn off the spell. It was a handshake Ned already does with other people, and he heard MJ call Spider-Man Peter just the day before, and now it's like, Peter, like that's what he was putting two and two together. Wasn't he getting to it? At least I don't think it was. Alright. Somebody in the live chat is saying, Jean turned off the spell. Jean does not have the power to turn off the spell. Jean is not a mystical being. Jean's to turn off and deactivate Sorcerer Supreme spell is going to take someone with immense magic. Jean is not that. She's weird. She's got telepathy. She's got telekinesis. Again, she's a telepath, but she does not have the power to turn off a Doctor Strange spell. So, there's that. Anyway. Okay, next up. Sam Fisher writes, part of it feeling like just a simple comic storyline is I love the lived-in world. I love Spidey's relationship with Wolf, also named Jean, and Frank. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I really also like the relationship with Frank. By the way, a lot of that can find its roots right to that, who made the Spider-Man? It wasn't Insomniac, was it? Who made the Spider-Man game? Which company made the Spider-Man Sony game? I wanted to say Insomniac, but I think I wrong.
No, it's Insomniac.
No, you guys are watching, I'm saying it wasn't. Okay, it wasn't. I thought I was wrong. So it was Insomniac. I think that whole relationship and a lot of the shots
Explosives.
and direct dialogue
I should be careful.
Insomniac game, which I thought was a really nice homage. And yeah, I love the relationship with Doc. I really do. I thought that was really, especially near the end, when Peter shows his own personal development by referring to, he figured out, he learned her kids' things. Showing that that's just a great little representation of the fact that he's going to reconnect with his dad. And I thought that was really good. Alright. Next up, Al writes, maybe it's my inner Mineta or Master Roshi, but when Yelena appeared in the pool, my mind was like, not enough skin.
Maybe I can use these explosives.
I freaking loved Yelena in this movie. I loved her. I loved each of her scenes. I loved Thunderbolts. Like, I know a lot of people, Thunderbolts was good or it's alright. Like, I loved Thunderbolts. I thought Thunderbolts was great. And I always loved Yelena. But her scenes in this movie were just so perfect. Just quick little scenes. And the very fact that she's in the hot tub, she's in the warm pool, whatever. And like the whole thing about, by the way, have you seen Boss Logic's Big Potatoes sketch? Like, this sounds like a new thing. You are small potatoes.
And then he's asking about something, she goes, I don't know, this seems like very meager potatoes. Like, and one of my favorite lines in the movie. One of my favorite lines in the movie. I'm just happy the sack man has friends. I cracked up. I cracked up at that. I'm just happy the sad man has friends. Loved it. I loved her in this movie. I love the way they used her. I just thought she was great. Alright. Next up, we go to Rimmer, who writes, just watched Spider-Man and absolutely loved it. I felt like every character had its purpose and the end was the right ending for this movie. I agree. I felt like that's why one of the things I said coming out of the movie that you might have a good reaction. This is a long movie. And even in other movies that I love, one of my critiques often, it felt like it could have been trimmed out a bit more punchy, a bit more effective, you know, at a better pace. This was a very long movie, and I thought everything was every scene, and there was never any characters just thrown in. Played an important Frank played an important narrative role. DOT played a Ned and MJ played their role. In terms of time, not in terms of scenes, not in terms of characters. I felt like every character had their purpose. And were there for the amount of time that their purpose required, and no more. You know what I mean? And it was still very definitively a Spider-Man movie. Definitely was his movie. And yet, I just thought they did a great job. Alright. Next up, remember also right, this is definitely going to enhance Avengers Doomsday. Listen, I've been saying for a few weeks now, the biggest piece of marketing that Avengers Doomsday have is Spider-Man. If Spider-Man isn't very good, it's gonna not destroy, but it's gonna hinder. It's gonna hinder what Avengers, the excitement for Avengers Doomsday, the hype for Avengers Doomsday, and ultimately the results of Avengers Doomsday. But if Spider-Man Brand New Day is great, it's gonna inflate all of it. Like the hype is gonna inflate, the anticipation is gonna inflate, its opening weekend is gonna inflate. If people love Spider-Man Brand New Day, guess what? People love Spider-Man Brand New Day, and this is gonna help Avengers Doomsday a great deal. All right. Rumor also writes, this is definitely is going to go over 300 million. It's a movie for everybody. Well, the estimates are now saying that Spider-Man Brand New Day made $355 million. Only $2 million shy of the record set by Avengers. But by the time the actual numbers come out on Monday, that may go up and may rank it. We'll save that for tomorrow. We'll talk about that in tomorrow's show. But it's, as of right now, the estimates are inside of having 355. Why am I always? Your head is mine. Next up, Eric writes, should we do this from the start? Why Iron Boy? And I understand the logic. When they were bringing yet the third iteration of Spider-Man in just a short number of years into a Marvel Cinematic Universe, and they wanted to start new numbers in high school, it made sense to create a mentor relationship between the start to anchor this new Spider-Man to the MCU. And in doing that, I get giving him some text, some start. I get it. But I also think they should have moved away from that immediately. I don't know why they made Spider-Man Iron Man Jr. Now, some people will say, well, Johnny, in this movie, he still had the HUD and the... Yeah, but really, when you look at the movie, everything that Peter had in his mask is really... I don't have my phone with me. Is really just anything anybody can have if they have Gemini. Like, really, it wasn't doing much more beyond what just Gemini did. So I really, as somebody who's always hated the Iron Man Jr. aspect of Spider-Man in the MCU, I had no issue with the little AI stuff he had it, because all of us carry that much of the phones anyway, so I thought that was okay. It certainly wasn't Jarvis. Right? It wasn't Jarvis level, so I'm okay. Alright. Kyle writes, I'm confused. I thought Banner learn how to merge himself with the Hulk. So why did he need the inhibitor to stop the Hulk from coming out? Because at some point off screen, what he decided was he wanted to be a human being. The solution he had come up with was not that he could transfer back and forth between Hulk and Banner. He was stuck as Banner and hence Professor Hulk. Right? So at some point, I think he came up with a way just to suppress the one part of his DNA so he could just be Dr. Banner. Because that's clearly what he wanted to do. Again, all this happened off screen, so there you have it. And while being Professor Hulk may look like it has its advantages, let's be honest, that would be a very difficult way to live in the real world. Right? So he figured out a way to just be Banner. So yeah, I thought that was perfectly fine. It made sense. At least to me, it did. Alright, next up. Sam Fesheritz, 1 of 3. I really like Sadie Sink's performance with Jean Biden. Jean is a mainstay X-fan. This movie has her just to correct you. As of right now, she's not anything. There is no X-Men as of right now. Doesn't matter what's in the comics, there is no X-Men right now. Anyway. This movie has a really nice conversation using mind control about consent. I'm happy to be proved wrong, but I worry that although she was looking for her kidnapped sister, her actions in the movie are going to make it hard for the audience to really see her as a hero of nature towards her. Consent might be a deal breaker for some, not at all. I think the audience is smart enough to know this is a kid who has had no mentoring, she's had no guidance, she has no experience, and she just had and did not once, but twice. I think the audience is more than okay with understanding that this kid who suddenly has all these powers, no mentorship, no guidance, no instruction, no leadership, and number 1 was rejected by her mother, and then number 2 saw her sister violently taken away from her. I don't think the general audience is smart enough to understand that creates an extenuating circumstance. Now, at some point, she's going to come across a Professor Charles Xavier. And Charles Xavier is going to start teaching her about the scope of her power and the responsibilities that they can do. So yeah, I really give the audience more credit. I don't think there's anybody in the audience that's going to second guess that. So I think that's going to be something we're going to be able to deal with. Listen, we have no problem with a lot of characters that early in their life, I was doing this, I was doing this and this and this, and then so and so found me, right? That's a common heroic trope. And we have no problem accepting that, and I don't think the audience will have that problem.
Better to keep out of sight.
I'm taking you down! Good observation. Perseverance. I like the thought. I thought that Toby Spider-Man, that Tom's Spider-Man got organic webbing, also a great twist with VMAX Men. I agree, that was a good twist. Christopher. And ask the question Peter Silver about to make think when Peter realized his organic webbing, if there would be any reference to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. And I said at the time, I think there would. Like, it just makes sense, right? That there would be a reference to it. And sure enough, he says, Peter too had organic webbing, and he was cool. That was perfect. They didn't need any more. They didn't need some memory flashback to the events of Spider-Man No Way Home, of him and Tobey Maguire. Like, they didn't need to do any of that. It was just, well, Peter too had organic webbing, and he was cool. Perfect. They gave the obvious reference that was needed in the moment, and then do it. Next up, Jay Lee writes, not a complaint, but the story definitely paralleled X-Men Days of Future Past. And Deadpool 2, so agree with that. With the only missing element being time travel. I don't agree. I think, Jay, if you stretch it up, you find narrative similarities between most of the parts, right? Days of Future Past and this You can't just say, oh, if you just take out the time travel part. Days of Future Past in this, I find very... I think if there's any similarities, they're reflective similarities, not structural similarities. I think they're reflective similarities, not structural similarities. Yeah, again, that's just the way it hit you, and I'm not trying to upgrade it. That's how it hit you, that's how it hit you, but I really didn't have the same experience. Like, I don't think there's many parallels, I don't think there's a lot of parallels with it, and you can't also put a parallel in other books. But that's just my take. If that was your response, you know, there's probably watch this Jada probably think the same thing you do. So, thank you for sharing your perspective. Right. Thank you for making these things. That will Peter getting moved by Gene and then getting rejected by MJ within a day, and Vince now hasn't gone to press, should be his real superpower. You know, I heard so many. Listen, I'm not trying to generalize. I'm saying this is just what happens. Tell me what happened. I heard a lot of girls in my audience when MJ goes, I don't love you.
council meeting.
The thing is, that makes sense. She explained it herself. I don't love you because I don't love you. Like, even Jean, when she was possessing MJ, Jean was like, you love this girl so much, but... And she kind of rolls her eyes and goes, there's nothing of you in here. Like, there's literally no reference to you in here. She has no recollection. No thoughts, no memories, nothing. Nothing is in here. And so that makes total sense that she should just all of a sudden, especially since she has a boyfriend, she should just all of a sudden magically be in love with him. She has no memory. And I really like, I thought it was very good writing, the way she handled that situation. I can totally see why she herself fell in love with him. I can totally see that, and I'm very grateful for that you gave up. You gave up to protect me. But I don't love you because I don't love you. She wasn't being mean. She wasn't being mean. She was just trying to explain that I don't even know who you are with. I have a relationship with you. And it was painful. And it was, you could feel it hit Peter like a ton of bricks. But from MJ's perspective, it really did make sense. It made logical sense. Alright. Next up. Danita writes, you often question how the public would fear mutants while loving heroes. This one hints that the answer, great power can make a hero seem monstrous. Well, yeah, but that's true in other superheroes. The way the comics handled mutants was. I never really thought there was a logical answer as to why the population hates and fears mutants, but they're all okay with all the other superheroes who also have these potentially very dangerous powers. There's a lot of non-mutant villains who have powers, so why is the public in comics so against mutants, but all totally okay with all the other superheroes? And that's just what the Herald in the comics ever had.
What a beautiful place. This could be paradise. Yeah, not for us.
Because, like mutants, the non-mutant superpowered population has their heroes and their villains. Mutants have their heroes and their villains. Whether you were born with that genetic mutation or whether you actually sacrificed a genetic mutation. But when you love the others, you although I thought there was a lot of predictable moments, every movie has those. I don't disagree. I really enjoyed it. The execution and the ending was top-notch. It also made me so emotional at times, whereas Thunderbolts did as much. Oh, dude, I got very emotional with the other scenes. I actually compare that scene of Peter on the rooftop when he breaks down thanking he got MJ back, and you see the depth of his pain. I think there was a similar one to that in Thunderbolts, when Yelena is with what's David Harbour's character's name again? I love this character, and I'm freezing on the name of guys. The name of David Harbour's character. Anyway, Greg Gardner's. There's that moment in Thunderbolts that I think gets way overlooked, and it's that moment that she looks at him and says, like, Papa, I'm so lonely. And that was a similar thing that happened with Spider-Man Brand New Day. It wasn't until that, like, you got here, she's lonely, she doesn't really have much of a life, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't until that moment that she actually reveals it. And I love that moment at Thunderbolts. And that moment with Century when she finally breaks through to him and they all just hold him. I just think, like, you didn't have that same experience that I had, Andy, and I respect that. I'm just letting you know I did have that experience. I thought that was, like, really powerful stuff and very emotional. I enjoyed it a great deal. I even thought Walmart Captain America had some really good emotional things. Like, when you realize just how messed up that kid's life had become. And he's trying to make something out of it now. I was incredibly moved by it. I loved it a lot. Now, you didn't have the same experience. Totally cool. That's the beautiful thing about the art. But I did. Good, myself. Anyway, thanks for sharing that, Nate. Alright, next up. Justin Davis writes, I tend to keep a healthy distance between me and my emotions, but at that last scene between Ned and Peter, it hits me so hard when I think back on it. Here's the great thing, you can't have that scene if you don't first have that scene in the living room with them building the scene at the end carries nothing with it if it weren't for that scene in the living room first. They are a beautiful example as a narrative that just works so effectively and so beautifully.
Someone is on that ship. Who is he
The
talking
emotional
to?
thing to me is Peter getting his friend back, even if his friend still doesn't remember him. He knows now he's establishing that relationship. And that moment Ned realizes this is Spider-Man's story. It's just a great scene, it's a beautiful scene, and I love it so much. Again, it works because they have this scene. Justin also writes, am I wrong, or isn't Frank a wanted felon in the MCU? It depends. Should he have been able to hang out so freely in the hospital? Again, it depends. I used to say
I know. I met my native sheep from Grace.
that is
They
a
have
false
the sword.
law. There's a big with the words etched in them. Excellent. Schmuck.
Alright.
Because they never cared.
I'm glad we had his council friends.
This man was working with Leo Coppenbach, the one with the explosives. They're both dead now.
Do something in one X-Men movie and the next one totally contradicted. Whatever. At some point we just said, whatever, just give us good things. And they give us some great ones, they give us some bad ones, but it is what it is. With Frank, I don't even know what they're doing with it. How's he just... He's even driving around on the street now in a big black van with a giant Punisher logo painted on the hood. Not very incognito.
That's really cool.
Like, for a guy who's trying to lay low, I sleep in this ship in an old abandoned inn on the edge of the bay. I'm laying low. Meanwhile, he drives through the street with rocket launchers in this big van with a giant Punisher logo painted on his hood. Are the police ignorant? He's even walking around with this at the end. So are the police looking for him? Or not? Is he a wanted guy? Is he not wanted anymore? Who knows? Who knows? But I opted not to worry about that and just enjoy the movie they're giving me and assume that off-camera there's some explanation. That's my problem. Alright. Next up. Ambivallo writes, I love what Frank Dawn was fighting all into, man. I love when Frank donned the Spidey gloves and mask to allow Peter to escape the hospital. The grunting was a hilarious touch. Do you think this was too out of character for Frank? No, actually, you know what? I thought it was right in line with character. Because I think if Frank was going to do something like that, that's exactly how he would do it. Right? He's got this idea, okay, kid, you're going to slip out, and no one's going to notice if you're still in the locker room or mask. Now, that's a perfectly sound, logical plan for Frank to come out with. And to me, if Frank was going to do that, I'm feeling that's exactly how Frank would act. In doing it. Right? I just feel like that's exactly what he would do. In that specific set of circumstances. So yeah, for me, I didn't think that was out of character for Frank at all. I think it was good. Alright. Next up. Ambit also writes in again, says the fight sequence with the hand was excellent. Oh, loved it. Loved it. Overall, though, I found their implementation of the film odd, particularly their partnership with Damage Control. What did you think of the hand? I liked it, and you know what? I think they explained the relationship with the hand quite easily. I think them running into each other in the halls of the Department of Defense, and Spider-Man's like, what are they doing here? And he just explains, we've turned them from a threat to an asset.
It'll be less trouble if I stay out of sight.
I thought, you know what? That makes perfect logical sense. They were directionless, they were leaderless, and we worked with them, and now we can get an asset to help us. I mean, what? It's not like that's the first time any comic book material is going to do that, right? I mean, the Suicide Squad's an example. I mean, it's extreme, but it's an example. Now we're going to take somebody who we were working against, and we are going to convert them into an asset to work for our purposes. It's not an unheard of thing. And I thought it worked perfectly fine. Because you did, narratively speaking, you needed another level of enemy that would have to pose an obstacle to you. In a physical sense, a physical obstacle. And I thought the implementation, and by the way, one of the most Spider-Man lines ever is in that fight. When, like, the ninjas are doing the big jump in the air and Spider just pauses for a second, Spider-Man goes, that's so cool. Like, that is the most Peter thing, the most Spider-Man thing Spider-Man say that. That's so cool. I just thought that was really, I thought that was cool. Alright. Next up, Mr. No Eyebrows writes, theory, simpler spell made everyone forget mutants. I mean, theoretically possible, but if Jen is this then what I think they're doing is that the proliferation of mutations will now start. Again, I think they'll say there was one in South Korea, and then I'm guessing that's way too quick again. Alright, next up. Sam Fisher writes, so that inhibitor tech that Spidey invented is definitely coming back right. It really should have. I mean, inhibitor tech is such a massive recurring X-Men. Again, that's why I think it was really now look, if they had said that this technology is something not compared. He's far smarter. Dr. Van is smarter. And then he gives a prototype to Peter. And then over the course of 6 months to a year, Peter was able to make a minor change in that inhibitor to have a broader application. I think I really live with that. This whole idea is, oh, Dr. Banner, you have an inhibitor. That gives me an idea. Do you think I can do this? I guess maybe it's possible. Cool. I'll just go back to my 3D printer. There we go. Turn off all power supplies. Whether you're bit by a spider, affected by gamma radiation, given a super soldier serum, exposed to molten lava from whatever. Turn off all powers in 5 minutes. Stupid. Absolutely stupid that they do. So, yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous that you take that major of a leap for something that's just, oh, I just came up with this thing that turns off superpowers, whether you're a mutant or not. It's just so good. So my guess is that they never mention it. Somebody's saying, Peter's a genius, John. I know Peter's a genius, but he's not Dr. Banner's genius. He's not Tony Stark level genius. He's not Black Panther's sister level genius. He's not Reed Richards' genius. He's extremely smart, but he's not the smartest guy. The comics never even try to suggest that he's like one of the top 15 smartest people on the planet. Like, he's a genius. He's super smart, but he's not that. He's not that. And so, even if they didn't have Dr. Banner, right? They're like, Banner really had this whole inhibitor that only worked on him. Took him years to create. So, anyway. Alright, next up. Stephen Love writes, I'm going to start calling Peter Dr. Peter Oppenheimer, unintentionally creating a device that the government can now use to control mutants. Again, I don't think this is ever coming back. I really don't. Because if Peter can make it in his apartment with a 3D printer and whatever, the government can make 5 ways. And again, I just don't think they're regulation. I may be wrong. I'm not dying on that hill. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm sorry. Right, so yes. Hey, Mr.
Stayed in the shadows.
I think this is something that, again, they just abandoned very quickly. I think they abandoned it very quickly. Almost as fast as Star Wars abandoned it after the garbage release. I think this would be forgotten and never brought up. That's my, again, I'm just fan theorizing. I can tell you wrong, I won't be just over in my head. Yes. But my guess is they're never going to see it. Alright, next up. Hamnet writes, will Spider-Man make more in its opening weekend worldwide than Doomsday's total box office revenue? What about Spider-Man total versus Doomsday total? Again, I think Doomsday makes more money. But listen, Spider-Man just made like 900-something million, and I think that's the target for the movie. So it is very possible that Doomsday could be an amazing smash hit, and Spider-Man Brand New Day still makes more money on its weekend. And that's with Doom 3 being the biggest of all the Doom movies and being a certified world smash at, say, $915 million. Spider-Man Brand New Day, I think it's very reasonable that there's a decent chance its opening weekend worldwide will make more than Doom movies. But Doom 3 would be the better movie. I have very little doubt about that. Maybe it will be, I haven't seen it yet, but I have very little doubt that Doom 3 will be better. But as far as pure Doom, it's a worldwide run. Alright. Let's see, next up. Steven writes, hey John, Sadie Sink was great, she was, but Jean Grey's redemption Her sister's kidnapping explained her motive, not her actions. After everything she's done, the forgiveness felt good. I disagree. I think also have to understand the context of the character. This is... Jean was the victim. Right? Like, what Spider-Man ultimately realized was that Jean was the victim of this thing. But there's more to the context than just that. Jean is a child. She's a kid. She's a kid who has nothing in this world, doesn't even have parents guiding her. She lost her family and then watched her sister violently taken from her and has desperately been on the hunt to find the people responsible and to get her sister back. A kid who doesn't even understand her own powers yet, doesn't have a firm moral compass yet, like all these things you have to keep into consideration. I don't know that a forgiveness arc is even necessary in a situation like this. Like, does she have to come to terms with, hey, there are things she did that she shouldn't have done? Yes, absolutely. But I mean, at the same time, Peter nearly killed a cop in this movie. We're not talking about Peter needing much. Peter Peter just got lucky he didn't kill that cop. Peter's actions, but we go, okay, yeah, but John, you gotta understand the circumstances, you know? Peter's been going through these changes, he doesn't quite know how to control that yet, his rage got the better of him, that's not what he would do under normal circumstances, and I agree, I 100% agree. But, why is that automatically then applied to Jean as well? Again, there are things that she did that she's going to have to come to terms with, 100%. 100%. But this is a girl who does not even know the scope of her powers yet and fully how to control them. She's a girl who had her family reject her. She's a girl who saw her sister violently torn away from her. And again, she is a kid. She's a kid who's doing nothing but trying to get her family back that was violently taken from her. To me, these are what the definition of mitigating circumstances are. Much like Spider-Man nearly killing that cop, there were mitigating circumstances. There were mitigating circumstances. So, yeah, I never once, watching the movie twice, I never once felt like some big redemption thing was needed. So much as somebody needed to understand what was going on with her, to understand why everything was happening. So I think a lot of people are taking into consideration the scope of the circumstances of this character. Again, that does not mean that I don't think she's going to need to cope with some of her actions, but we see lots of hero characters go through, right? So anyway, that's the thing. All right. Next up, Christopher Brickner writes, this was such a dick move Jean Grey did to Peter. Yeah, but remember, to this kid, Peter was standing in the way and trying to prevent her from getting her sister. Like, in Jean's perspective, Spider-Man's the villain. Spider-Man is working with, from her perspective as a kid, who doesn't know all the lore of Spider-Man like we do, from her perspective, Spider-Man is working with and helping a vile, dark, evil organization that violently ripped her sister away from her and kidnapped her sister. And is she believes keeping her sister hostage in prison and maybe tortured. From Jean's perspective, Spider-Man is a villain for standing with the vile bad guys and trying to stop her from getting her sister. Like, everybody's very quick to pass over and forgive Tony Stark. When he found out that it was Winter Soldier, that it was Bucky who killed his parents, Tony didn't stop him and say, wait a minute, that wasn't Bucky's fault. Bucky had no control. He was being mind controlled at the time. And Tony knew that. He was mind controlled at the time. That was not Bucky's choice. That was not Bucky's decision. That was not Bucky's actions. His physical body did it, but it wasn't. Bucky was a victim. And everybody's just totally okay with Tony Stark then trying to kill Bucky. Wait a minute, none of that was Bucky's fault. But as Tony says, I didn't care, and he's just trying to kill Bucky. So like everybody's very, very quick to give Tony a pass. But we got to find that same logic in things that Gene. We got to find that same but I'm sure in Gene's mind, a kid totally justified him. Totally justified him. That was a big move. Alright, Sebastian writes, why make this open bigger than No Way Home? I loved it, but felt more hype around No Way Home. Maybe the success of No Way Home / Craving an event, beating Avengers would be cool. I mean, listen, I am on record that I did not think this movie would open as big as No Way Home did. I'm on record. I said that for months now. In the last week or so, I've had to start to question my thoughts on that. But yeah, I like a lot of it. I thought it would be big and huge, but it does not seem hype factor surrounding it as No Way Home did. And I myself have said over the past year or so, I don't see it opening as big as No Way Home. I think it'll be huge, I think it'll be massively successful. I don't think it'll be as big as No Way Home. It's clearly wrong. Clearly wrong. Right? So.
Yes!
Is everything alright?
Well, there is a horse in the forest. And I can use a horse around here, you know?
Show me where you last saw the horse. We will make sure it is alright.
Follow. I'll tell you when we are close.
Maybe best to approach the horse in silence until we are in position.
The silence you should have. I've heard it is for your times.
Helped Spider-Man 1. I think the last time, Captain America 4 notwithstanding. But like Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Thunderbolts, like we've seen the quality in Marvel starting to return over the past couple of years. We finally started to see the quality of Marvel starting to return. And I think all of that then culminating in the biggest, most popular character they have, Spider-Man returning, I think that probably all just comes from that. I think it's
this is where it's going. It runs from the tree.
Also not to mention
I think I see it. Come on!
Deadpool and Wolverine. So like you had Deadpool and Wolverine, massive hit with the audience, with the critics, the box office. Thunderbolts was super high quality. I don't think Fantastic Four was as good as Thunderbolts or Deadpool. I thought it was quite good.
These horses seem better days. Approach slowly, but with confidence. Show it you are in control.
I'm speed on. The last week or so, I also started to realize this is going to be bigger than
it's well.
For like a year, I didn't think
You're safe.
And here we are.
Poor thing. I'll carry on.
We will take it to your hut.
Next up.
No sense in you both being around.
Tested skill kinetic shots, 10 rings, swinging. Listen, he's got great vision.
I've never even ridden one.
I grew up riding horses. Judging by its coat, this horse was cared for. It is accustomed to being ridden. Try. I will be with you.
I think Shang-Chi is
Don't let me fall. Stay close.
That movie
Here goes nothing.
is, I think, peak one. I think Shang-Chi is peak one. I'm not saying it's the best movie they have.
I'm doing it!
I think it's top 5 best movie.
You are doing great. See? Nothing to fear.
That movie's incredible. Then, there's Superman. And does
Calm down!
Steady. Steady. All right. You are safe.
He might be
Each of us
the
is
best guy
speaking
they
to.
got.
Both, I suppose.
And Ryan Coogler, I think, might
Come.
be the best guy.
We're not far.
And once again, I'm very glad that you are here.
I am very glad you managed to stay on the horse. When I was learning, I cannot tell you how many times I fell on my that I fell. Once he gets to know you, a horse will be as calming a presence as you are to me.
This brings something very important to my attention.
Next up, Calvin Landowitz.
And what is that?
Why they cut the classroom vacation? Oh, classroom
I'm here for
vaccination.
this
How do
horse.
you know I'm rushing? I'm wearing a mask.
Agreed.
Would have wanted to see.
Let us get our new friend
I
back
have
to
no
the hut
idea what
first.
you're talking about.
And slowly, yes?
You are speaking to the Force again, aren't you?
Maybe I should know. Sorry, Calvin, I don't know.
A wise man knows when to say nothing.
Anyway, Calvin writes, also read somewhere that Sony doesn't want Spider-Man to visit MCU locations too much to avoid...
How about we take a short ride?
Hence,
Put you and this horse through his paces a little.
Visiting the new Avengers. The new Avengers now.
You will
I
both be
don't buy
fine.
that.
I will lead the way.
If anything, Sony loves integrating Spider-Man more than movies. If that was actually a problem, they wouldn't have wanted Punisher to be in the movie. If that was their motivation, they wouldn't have wanted Hulk to be in the movie. If that was their motivation, they wouldn't have wanted Elena to be in the movie. I don't think that's real. And then if Sony wants people to associate...
Worry less about the destination. Focus on the journey. Feel the breeze and enjoy yourself.
So, yeah, I don't
The best advice I was told was to simply believe you can do it.
It just doesn't seem to be, it's just not consistent with everything else we seem to do.
Stop thinking of her as an animal and as a friend instead. Right now, she's just as worried as you.
Night Witch, right? When you say Claire, you're talking about Rosario Dawson. That puts you two together.
Here we are.
But I'd like to see what, listen, you know me, I gaga over Rosario Dawson. But, did she need to be in there? I'd say and if her presence feels absolutely necessary to the story, like Thanos did, like Frank's did,
well,
if her
did you
character
enjoy your
feels
first
absolutely necessary to the story,
My
don't
first
feel
ride?
free to come around.
No.
That's not
But
saying
the
you don't
second
like
one
her,
was quite
obviously you
exciting.
do, but you have
You
to
was
serve
more
the
than
story
worth it.
first. You have to
The
serve
waterfall.
That too.
Waterfall
Because I never know
soothing.
that you needed anything.
I do not know if it is the noise or the
Next up,
flow.
Animesh, right.
It calms me.
Love the character beats,
Do you
which
think
Frank
you will
is
master
master of,
horse
like
riding?
Frank wearing the
Well,
mask,
make
the
sure
escape,
I'm
and
also.
especially the handshake
Yes.
at the end.
In time. We
there's
only have
just-
each other after all.
They often say the devil is in the details.
We need time to practice and grow accustomed to one another.
Are you talking about the horse or your unorthodox teacher?
I believe that's your imagination, Sensei.
Ned's handshake, or little things like
Every time we meet, everything I see you try, you become more impressive to me. I know you will excel at this new challenge.
Thank you. You continue to surprise me too. In a good way.
That is good to know. Next time I see you, not only will you be a master rider, this stray horse will help me.
Stray? No. This horse has a home now. I will keep Edith head.
Something
And
less
give her a shelter.
chemistry is
Acha. Fine name for a horse.
I want to name her after something you called me. Come back when you can, yes.
I just think they get it. And you know, I think every other iteration of Spider-Man is really nailed. I think Andrew's Peter was great at that. I think Toby's Peter was great at that. And they certainly were some Tom Holland. Spider-Man, Peter Parker is such a charming, fun, whimsical guy, even with the amount of pain and whatever that he has, that everybody just likes him. And he's able to do that with everybody. And I think that is one aspect of his character. And they get all of his aspects right, but I think that's one aspect of his character that they really, really do. All right, next up, Animesh also writes 1 or 2. What do you say about people judging the movie majorly based on expectations? For example, the Hand and Punisher in this movie, they might not have been what people
Let the horse know where you want to go. By looking at where you want to go.
They were used great. The Hand was used great. Frank was used great. If you went into this movie thinking that this movie was going to be a Spider-Man and the Punisher movie, that's your fault. If you went into this movie thinking this movie was going to be Spider-Man versus the Hand, the movie, that's your fault.